um, some money, anything, and you can offer this to Devi Parashakti, and after the offer and collect the dakshina.
Yes, and with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment, and we will be moving on to the further segments where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity and how important it is for all of us to follow. And we will also be learning what offerings we can make to Devi Parashakti. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back after a really short break.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
Nityanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next part of the segment where we will be understanding some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity and what humanity has been undergoing during this pandemic. Let us enter into this segment. Out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. So today, let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed about immunity and COVID-19. So let us first understand what is happening in the world today, right now. We all know that we are still in the midst of a global pandemic with millions of people who have been infected. Over 186 million people have been confirmed to be infected with COVID-19, and over 4 million people have died over the course of the past 1.5 years due to this pandemic. And the worst affected countries are the United States, India, and Brazil. So let us hear Devi Parashakti's revelations directly on the 18th of June, 2021.
Still, you are all not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you. Due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economical situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level. Cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. So let us reiterate Devi Parashakti's revelations on the 18th of June, 2021. Still, you are not realizing the power of my words. When I say Corona is very much out there, with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you, due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms, and all other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economic situations, social situations, mental situations in every level cannot be described. Wait, this year, focus on keeping yourself alive. So we will focus on three main revelations made by Devi Parashakti. The first is that Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. So let us analyze this revelation and understand how it has been manifesting in our reality. So Devi revealed on 18th of June 2021, Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity. And recent research published in Science Daily has revealed that a coronavirus infection actually alters the biomechanical properties of red and white blood cells. In some cases, for months, a possible explanation for long COVID. And this was published on June 29, 2021. And just as Devi revealed, coronavirus actually changes how your body responds and how your actual immunity strength. And here, the research is showing exactly that. And the article continues on, COVID-19 significantly changes the size and stiffness of red and white blood cells, sometimes over months. And these results may help to explain why some affected people continue to complain of symptoms long after an infection of COVID-19. And this, again, is termed long COVID. So many people are experiencing symptoms like shortness of breath, fatigue, and body pains long after their initial infection. This could be even months after they were initially infected and even recovered. So these symptoms could be due to how the body actually changes, how your cells actually change. And just as Devi revealed, when your cells have actually changed, this will affect your immune strength. And let us understand how corona actually affects the body. In this article published by the Academy of Medical Sciences, it says that the way that the body defends against a virus is to neutralize it. However, an article by Forbes explains that corona suppresses the immune system by disrupting the actions of the body's immune cells. And this immunosuppression allows for the 2-week incubation period, which gives corona enough time to attack the body. And the typical timeline for someone infected with COVID-19 is it usually lasts about 2 weeks, and the first 5 days are the incubation period. And during this time, then after that is the prodromal period between 5 to 10 days, and between 10 to 15 days is the usual onset of acute infection, which is when many people end up in the ICU. After this, many people are able to recover from their infection. However, many times they continue to experience very severe infection, which can last for weeks, and sometimes the symptoms can even last months. And let us understand COVID-19 in perspective of other deadly diseases that humanity has battled in the past. We can see that COVID-19 is highlighted in red, and we can see HIV, the virus, the virus HIV is on the far left side and has affected over 35 million people, has taken the lives of over 35 million people over the course of 40 years. However, corona has only been around for the past 1.5 years, but we have seen that it has taken over 4 million lives, and the numbers continue to be on the rise. So we can very clearly see that the COVID-19 pandemic is very much one of the worst pandemics that humanity has ever faced, even in comparison with the HIV pandemic. And further studies done by the University of Oxford found that cells are profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID-19. And the British Society for Immunology has also claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond respiratory health. It also affects our cardiovascular and renal system. So just as Devi revealed, COVID-19 actually does affect the immune system in other multiple organ systems, just as Devi has revealed. And in a recent article published, it states that the exposure to the disease COVID-19 causes addition people are reporting that chronic symptoms such as fatigue and shortness of breath have lasted for months and right after the original infection. And the name given to those suffering from COVID-like symptoms after the infection has passed is called long COVID, and long COVID can affect the lungs, the cardiovascular system, the circulatory system, and it can also cause fatigue and inflammation. And as we have learned from Devi PARASHAKTI, that it can also affect the immune system. And here we have an example of how the lungs can be affected in someone who has suffered from COVID-19. On the left side, you can see the healthy lungs, and you can see on the right side, COVID scarred lungs, and you can see the dark spots where the scars have formed. And even after contracting COVID-19, your immune system remains weakened and you are much more susceptible to other diseases. And it was reported in the CDC that symptoms that can last weeks or months after first being infected with COVID-19, and it can affect multiple organ systems in the body, including the heart, the lungs, the kidney, the respiratory system, the skin, and other brain functions. So let us look at the third revelation, the second revelation made by Devi PARASHAKTI. All other diseases which are awaiting to attack human bodies are attacking the human body after the immunity strength has been weakened in human bodies. And as we have all heard, the black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases have been sweeping the nation in India and have been primarily affecting patients who have recovered from COVID-19. And in one article, it has reported that over 9,000 cases of this rare infection have been reported. And in another, it has reported that over 4,500 patients are, of 5,400 patients are COVID recovered patients. And these people, after recovering from COVID-19, have been affected by these fungal diseases. And as we have heard, the fungal diseases primarily attack COVID-19 patients and people who have recovered from COVID-19 because after recovering from the disease and during the disease, you have a weakened immunity and it makes you much more susceptible to these other infections. And this is exactly what we're seeing. And this is exactly as Devi PARASHAKTI has revealed. And here are some of the photos of people who have been devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic and who have also been infected with black fungus and the other fungal diseases. And the last revelation that we will look at today is how Corona is becoming more and more strong in multiple forms. And as we have all heard, there have been many variants of COVID-19 that have been sweeping the globe. And this includes the India variant, the Brazil variant, the South African variant, and the UK variant. And of course, the variant coming out of India is known as the Delta variant, which has been a very serious cause for concern for many nations and is the primary cause for lockdown in many nations in this second wave. And of course, the main reason for the lockdown within India during the second wave. And here are the different variants and the countries which they have emerged out of. The Alpha variant, which has emerged out of UK, the Beta variant, which has emerged out of South Africa, the Gamma variant, which has emerged out of Brazil, and the Delta variant, which has emerged out of India. And generally, viruses mutate, but in the case of COVID, we have seen that they are becoming more dominant and we are seeing how this has played a significant role in our ongoing pandemic, how it has been, how we are forced into continuous quarantine and lockdown in many, many nations, and how India especially has been severely affected by this. And here we have a small infographic that shows us the variants that are currently circulating the world and how many countries they have each affected. And the Alpha variant out of the United Kingdom has affected over 173 countries. The Beta variant out of South Africa has affected over 122 countries. The Gamma variant out of Brazil has affected 74 countries, and the Delta variant, one of the most severe variants, has affected over 104 countries. And this is, again, the primary reason for why right now we are still in this ongoing pandemic, because as Devi revealed, COVID-19 is getting more and more strong in multiple forms. And other variants of corona have also been recently discovered, as we have heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. We should be expecting the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant, which will affect India very severely. We should be very, very cautious about our actions and decisions in the coming months, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that the third wave will affect India very severely, and within the coming weeks, in Puratasi month specifically, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the COVID-19 third wave will begin. And unfortunately, as Devi and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have revealed, this will primarily affect children. We can continue on to the next slide, please. Sorry,
Sharmila.
go back to the previous slide. Yes. And studies have suggested that the Delta variant is 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, which is much more contagious than the original infection, the original strain that emerged out of China. And the secondary attack rates have been known to be between 51 to 67% higher than that of the Alpha variant. Again, this is the Delta variant, which is the primary cause of the second wave within India, and the Delta Plus variant, which we should be soon expecting, will be even much more transmissible than this. Let us move to the next slide and see what Devi has revealed about this on the 14th of April, 2021.
ஷர்மிளா, கொரோனா ஒழிந்தது. கொரோனாவை வைத்து அரசியலும் அழிவாட்டமும் செய்ய நினைக்கும் மனிதர்களின் சதிராட்டம் முடிய இன்னும் 4 ஆண்டுகளாகும். என் பக்தர்களையும் சீடர்களையும் கைலாய வாசிகளையும் நானே காத்துக் கொள்கின்றேன், நானே காக்கின்றேன். என் பக்தர்களுக்கு ஒரு துயரும் ஒரு துக்கமும் வாராது. ஆனால் உலகின் இந்த கொரோனாவின் சதியாட்டம் முடிய 4 ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும். 2025 தான் அடங்கும். இது சதியாட்டம், மனிதர்களின் சதியாட்டம்.
And the translation of Devi PARASHAKTI's revelation: Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasavasis. No suffering will come for my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to an end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, a human conspiracy. And here we can see in this article below the highlights of the prediction for the future of COVID-19 within India. And as Devi revealed, the third wave will be coming in the coming week and month, and the peak of the third wave will be in October and November, and this is nearly inevitable as per the current scientific report. And as per Davies revelations, we can see that below there, in the below articles, we can see that there are going to be many more waves of COVID-19 to come in India. And the article continues to say that if any new variants are discovered, it would spread much faster in this third wave. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already revealed, there will be other variants that are discovered in the coming future, including the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant. So as Devi has revealed, there will be many more months and possibly years of this pandemic to continue, and we will not see an end for this anytime in the near future, unfortunately. So with so many waves of COVID-19 to be coming in the future, what is the best way to protect ourselves? And does anybody have a solution? Kailasa is the only place that is safe for India, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up all of the Kailasas within India as COVID care centers for anyone who is interested in quarantining with multi-layer quarantine during this pandemic and who wants to protect themselves during this ongoing pandemic. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, and Devi has revealed again and again, the only priority for this year is to keep yourself alive. And if you would like to ensure that you are protecting yourself and protecting your life, your loved ones, and your family, you are welcome to sign up today at kailasa.org/kailasacare to register to quarantine in one of the COVID care centers opened across the country of India. And again and again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, and even many articles and research has shown, that the only way to protect yourself, ensure that you are fully protected, is through quarantine, and specifically multi-layer quarantine. And fortunately, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up all the COVID care centers with multi-layer quarantine for anyone, any person, whether you are an initiated disciple or just watching this segment for the first time. You are welcome to sign up to protect yourself and to avail the benefits of this multi-layer quarantine in one of the Kailasa COVID care centers. And with this, we will be moving into the next part of the segment, where we will understand some of Devi's revelations made on black fungus. So if I could just request the volunteers to open the slides on black fungus. Yes, if we can just open these slides on black fungus. So Devi has been continuously guiding us during this pandemic, has been continuously blessing us, answering all of our prayers, and giving us boons to guide us and to ensure that we are protected during this pandemic, it is in our best interest to heed to baby's instructions and guidance and to protect ourselves during this pandemic. As baby has revealed, the best way to protect yourself is through multi-layer quarantine, and the best place to experience that is the COVID care centers opened by Kailasa. So you can visit again kailasa.org/Kailasa Care to avail the benefits of the COVID care centers and multi-layer quarantine. And all of these services are provided completely free of cost to anyone for the duration of this pandemic. So if you would like to register, you are welcome to visit kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. And we will be entering into the next part of the segment where we will understand some of the revelations made on black fungus and how it has been affecting India today. So if I can request the volunteers to open the slides on black fungus.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
So let us enter into this part of the segment where we will understand what Devi has revealed about black fungus. So let us listen to Devi
Karumbun
directly on the 19th of May, 2021.
வியாதிக்கு வைத்தியம் கேட்கின்றாய் நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள். கரும்பூஞ்சை வியாதி நுரையீரல் மட்டுமல்லாது மூளையையும் நசுக்கி மனிதனை ஜடமாக்கி மரணத்திற்குள் தள்ளும் உயிரியல் ஆயுதம் மனிதர்கள் மீது நடத்தப்படும் உயிரியல் போர் இது. நவபாஷாணத்தின் மீது பொழியப்பட்ட நீரும் மஞ்சளும் பாலும் வேம்பு ரசமுமே இதற்கு மருந்து. அதை அருந்தி உடலிலே அதை ஊற்றி நீராடி இருந்தவர்க்கு காவல் அம்பிகையின் சக்தி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமாகாதிருக்க தேவ ரகசியங்களை தெளிவாய் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லிவிட்டேன். இந்த ரகசியங்கள் எல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு நாம் நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு சொல்லும் பொழுது எதிரிகள் பெருங்கோபத்தொடு நித்யானந்தன் திருவுருவை அழித்திடாமல் இருந்திடவே அவன் திருவுருவை கைலாயத்திற்கு கொண்டு வந்து பாதுகாப்பாக்கிக் கொண்டு பிறகு இந்த உண்மையெல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லுகின்றேன். அன்னை பராசக்தியும் கூட உண்மைகளை உலகிற்கு சொல்லும் முன் தற்காப்பு செய்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய அளவிற்கு மனிதர்களின் அரக்கத்தனமும் அட்டூழியமும் உலகத்தில் அரண்டு ஆடுகின்றது. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. And Devi's revelations mapped into English are: you are asking a remedy for black fungal disease. Know properly, black fungal disease, not only it will affect the lungs, it will smash the brain. Also, it is a bioweapon that makes humans a lifeless matter and pushes them to death. The demonishness and atrocities of humans is dancing in the world, that even Mother Parashakti needs to do self-protection before telling the truth to the world. So let us understand what Devi revealed about black fungus and how it has been affecting our world today. Initially, black fungus was denied and dismissed as very rare, and later it became declared as an epidemic by several states, and eventually it was declared as a pandemic within a pandemic. And as Devi revealed, it eats the brain and mutilates the body, the face, and even eats the bones. And it primarily affects COVID-19 patients and is extremely fatal with a 50% mortality rate, especially for those who have been infected previously with COVID-19. And black fungus disease has been linked to the spread to COVID spreads across the Indian subcontinent. And we can see that this is exactly as Devi revealed. Black fungus will primarily be infecting those who have been affected with COVID-19, and it is already declared as an epidemic. and COVID-19 increases the black fungus infection risk within India, and India faces a shortage of treatments within the face of the two pandemics. And the deadly black fungus outbreak has been declared as an epidemic as cases continue to rise. And this was as of 29th May 2021, 12,000 people have been infected with COVID-19, with black fungus within India. And this was a few months ago. So these cases have continued to rise over the last several months. And as we stated, black fungus is a pandemic within the COVID-19 pandemic. And after COVID-19, the soaring numbers of fungal infections among recovered patients have emerged as a new medical concern. More than 12,000 cases of fungal infection have been reported from different parts of the country, and this has been a very serious cause for panic and concern among the people. And as they revealed, it will smash the brain also. This flesh, and in this article published in news, it states that flesh-eating black fungus is killing off patients who have survived COVID-19. Doctors in India are sounding the alarm when thousands of cases are being reported. Black fungus has a nearly 50% mortality rate and is tragically killing many who are relieved to have beaten COVID-19. The infection can eat through skin, soft tissue, or even bones as it attacks the brain. And this is exactly what they've revealed, that it will smash the brain. And it can also affect other critical organs. Once it starts growing this way, it's very difficult to control. Doctors studying the outbreak in India have said that steroids used to treat COVID also weakens the immune system, leaving the patients more susceptible to the fungus. And it's been revealed by the Supreme Court of Hinduism, human beings will die like rats and cats on the street. And the Supreme Court of Hinduism revealed that in a vision, Devi PARASHAKTI revealed that dead bodies will be floating in large quantities in Ganga. Authorities will be, unfortunately, misreporting and underreporting the numbers of people who have been infected and have died from this COVID-19 pandemic. And dogs will be eating those dead bodies that have been infected with COVID-19 and have died from COVID-19. And because dogs have eaten those dead bodies, they are also dying. And poor human beings eating those dogs' dead bodies because they don't have food are also dying. And as the Supreme Court of Hinduism revealed, I saw clearly dead bodies floating in large quantities in Ganga. And it has been already reported that corpses have been found floating in Ganga. And here you can see some of the photos of the dead bodies floating on Ganga. And as the Supreme Court of Hinduism revealed, dogs will be eating those dead bodies. And in one article, it reports that scores of decomposing bodies laid uncovered in the Sangam area. For the last 2 to 3 months, people have been burying their dead bodies. They're dead here, and sand covering the body is blown away by the strong wind, exposing the decomposing bodies. And predatory birds and dogs have been feasting on these remains. And this is exactly as Devi PARASHAKTI feels. And more reports show that human beings have been very severely affected by the pandemic. Several dead bodies have been found floating in Ganga, and as Devi revealed, there will be many dead bodies floating on Ganga. And as India is reeling under a massive second wave of COVID-19, the pandemic, the number of deaths has also increased. Such is the situation that crematoriums and burial grounds have been packed to capacity. And this is exactly as they revealed, human beings will die like rats and cats on the streets. And unfortunately, because there is no space in burial grounds and crematoriums, this is manifesting. And over 150 dead bodies, which have been reported as COVID fatalities, were dumped on the banks of Ganga. These COVID bodies will be washed down further and can be eaten by stray dogs, which will further spread the COVID-19 pandemic, as per report. And bodies have been found, again, floating in Ganga, and dead bodies have been washed up on the banks of Ganga and were sighted for a second straight day in May. And the spot is around 55 kilometers upriver from Bihar's Buxar, where more than 100 bodies have been found yesterday, evoking shock and anger. And yesterday, meaning in May. And the Bihar authorities have argued that the corpses have floated down from the Uttar Pradesh, and because their state does not have a tradition of consigning bodies to water. And unfortunately, media have been severely underreporting the numbers of COVID-19 fatalities. Next slide. If we can continue to the next slide, please. And India is in denial of the world's most deadly pandemic, and as the Supreme Council of Hinduism revealed, people are dying and media is lying. And in a recent article published in the New York Times, it revealed that the pandemic within India is much, much worse than we thought. According to the current estimates, it says that 27 million people have been reported with COVID-19, with over 300,000 deaths. However, the likely actual number of people who have been affected is much higher, and a conservative estimate states that over 400 million people are actually infected with this pandemic, and over 600,000 people, nearly double the number of people that has been reported, are likely have died from this COVID-19 disease. And the actual number could be even higher. The more realistic number is probably around 1.6 million people who have died from this deadly infection, and over 500 million people have probably likely been infected with COVID-19. And a worst case scenario reports that over 700 million people, that's nearly half the population of India, could be infected with COVID-19, with over 4 million people that could have died from this COVID-19 disease. And just to give an idea, it's reported currently that there are around 4 million deaths worldwide, a little bit more than that. However, it's estimated that in a worst case scenario, currently, the actual numbers of people who have died from COVID-19 within India alone is around 4 million. And yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. And in the New York Times, it says that the figures are actually much higher than what has been reported, with more than half of the Indian population that could possibly be infected with COVID-19. The Indian population is around 136 crore, or around 1.36 billion people, and around 74 people, or 700 million people, could actually be infected with COVID-19. And at worst case, India's COVID deaths are 14 times higher. It was reported in the print, and this was as per the New York Times. And this is 14 times higher than what the government has reported, and this is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed. Media is dying, India is dying, and media is lying. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, COVID-19 is airborne, and this was initially denied and criticized. However, it later was accepted as a theory and a possibility. And eventually it was accepted as fact. And because of this delayed warning, it has cost the lives of so many people across the country. We can continue to the next slide, please. We can continue to the next slide. Yes, we can continue on. We can move to the next slide, please. We can move to the next slide. And here are the reports that show that COVID-19 is in fact airborne, and the key difference in transmission has actually affected how we should respond to this infection, and how we need to maintain much more strict standards of social distancing and quarantine. And this has led to a very severe change in how we should be reacting to this deadly disease. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, the only way to protect yourself is through the multi-layer quarantine. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, home quarantine is not possible within India. And this has been also reported by the Assam Chief Minister, stating that home quarantine is one of the prime reasons for the large number of deaths during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, the only way to protect yourself is through multi-layer quarantine. And if you would like to protect yourself, you are welcome again to sign up at kailasa.org/kailasacare to avail the benefits of multi-layer quarantine in one of the Kailasa COVID care centers. So with this, we will be concluding this segment. And if you would, again, like to sign up for multi-layer quarantine, you can register yourself at kailasa.org/kailasacare. And now we will be moving into the next segment, where we will understand some of the offerings that we can make to Devi PARASHAKTI. These offerings will help us connect with Devi PARASHAKTI much more deeply and show our gratitude for all of the blessings and boons that Devi has been giving us over the course of several months. So we will be right back after a very short break and enter into this next segment.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity. We happen to whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Nityanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us across the world for this beautiful Devi PARASHAKTI Akashic reading program. Let's now enter into the next segment on the various offerings that you can make for Devi PARASHAKTI. Now, this is a segment where we will be exploring, getting more and more intimate with this divine energy. And we'll start the segment off with the Dhyana Shloka of Devi PARASHAKTI, and then we'll be going into each and every one of the offerings that you can do. And ultimately, the context behind these offerings is that until you are able to manifest the reality that you want in your life, we will manifest it for you through these offerings. And that is what each and every one of these offerings do for us. They ignite the powerful cognitions that they represent, and they make us realize that in our reality and help us achieve that. So now we will be entering into this segment and understanding how to make the offerings. And you can just ensure that you're listening, imbibe these great significances, this context very deeply, and just sit and understand what the context is behind each and every one of these offerings, ultimately to make you realize the ultimate oneness with PARASHAKTI, and the avatar, the Nij avatar, who is manifested here today for us. An offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts, giving and accepting. And only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is never made out of fear and greed. This is one of the most important points. Never do we make an offering out of fear of something or out of greed for something. Only out of gratitude, always the offering is made. And even when we traditionally, when we used to go to temples and we were out and going about in our traditional ecosystems, the temple ecosystems, we often go to the temple, we offer whatever we want to in the hundi or in the plate of the pujari, or we offer a different seva, or many of these offerings come with more substantial offerings and donations as well. And all of that was simply out of gratitude for the gods, the goddesses, for making themselves available for us, and for literally going to all extents, creating this ecosystem and giving us everything that we need in our life. And that is ultimately what the incarnations, each and every one of these goddesses had done in the enlightened civilization. Devi Meenakshi, for example, had literally come down, had manifested a breakthrough for the entire humanity at that time. And out of gratitude for her coming down and making this happen, the entire civilization had formed and started to revolve around the temple and the temple lifestyle, worshiping her and offering gratitude to her as well. And not only Madurai Meenakshi, but also in various different temples in various different ecosystems. This is ultimately the context, an offering out of gratitude, out of pure love for the divine, for manifesting in our reality in whichever way that might be. And especially while the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself is in the body, manifesting in the physical form, as we had discussed earlier in this program, then we especially can offer these sevas in order to manifest ultimate oneness, really ultimately have that grace in our lives. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Let's now enter into this segment and chant the Dhyana Shloka for Devi PARASHAKTI. This is the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Manonmani, who is seated on the very lap of Paramashiva and the embodiment of love, compassion, grace, elegance, radiance, resilience, and so much more. So let us now offer our deep gratitude to Devi PARASHAKTI through this Dhyana Shloka. We can go on to the next slide. Yes, we can go on. Indunibabedakaravahninayam syat pankajavarabayajapakshasarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojjalamanonmani swarupam. Next slide, please. We'll now be chanting the English translation, which says, moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands in one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And the next verse I'll be now chanting is still the Dhyana Shloka of Devi PARASHAKTI. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadamapare chabayam chakshamalam divyerabaranir vibhushitatanum brahmadibi pujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatra dhatrim shubham. And once again, the English translation says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus embracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes. Now, having thus invoked the divine presence of Devi Parashakti, let us enter into this segment, understanding the significance of the element gold. Now that we have invoked and invited the presence of Devi Parashakti, we can lay the foundation for the offerings that we can make today. And that is understanding this significance of gold. You'll see that many of these offerings are offered in gold exactly. And that is because gold has a very significant quality that makes it very powerful in manifesting super consciousness. And here we have the verse from the Atharva Veda, where it says, triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. Sorry, can we go back to the last slide? And it becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed, a virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. So here you can see gold is referred as virtuous and powerful, and is also associated with long life. And this might be familiar to you, especially in popular culture nowadays. If you are familiar in many mythologies, the gold is associated with immortality, with the sorcerer's stone, with so many different popular culture, mythology ideas and ideologies that are running in the media and entertainment and making people go frenzy about these different ideas. However, it was in Sanatana Hindu Dharma that we understood the reality and we understood the deeper significance, not just some mythology or something that was food for thought or something that was entertainment, but something that was a science and literally capable of making you manifest the highest reality, making you manifest powers itself. And even today, even in our day-to-day life, we understand that gold has a significance in the economy. We do know that gold has economic value, but gold is a divine element. I can say it again and again. The gold actually has so many divine qualities that are associated to it. It purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy, positive thought currents, in anyone who wears or even anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. That's why the entire civilization, the Hindu civilization, was built in gold, because Vedic rishis understood that gold is a divine element. And as we do, you'll see as a pattern throughout this segment, whatever we see as divine in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we distribute that, we make that happen everywhere, and we give that to everyone, no matter where it is, no matter what it is. And you'll see even the animals, even the cows, horses, the elephants, were all adorned with gold, decorated with gold in the Hindu civilization. And that is because, once again, they were worshipped as embodiments of pure consciousness. And even so, in all of the scriptures, we can go on to the next slide. In all the scriptures, the Vedas, the Agamas, the Itihasas, the Puranas, the Shrutis, Smritis, in everything, the gold was present and displayed abundantly. It is the most auspicious and purest metal, which can purify even the consciousness. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, and even rituals, their feasts, they were exchanged in gold bricks. And so much, everything, even the streets had huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Gold was so populous and literally distributed among the whole civilization. That's why the civilization ultimately attracted so many people, because of its riches and its abundance. So gold had such higher significance. The Vedic rishis understood this, and that is why we had literally put it into applied science, applying it in our lives and it became a significant part of the life. And that is why there's so much of gold jewelry, there's so much that is offered to deities, even living incarnations. Gold is a fundamental aspect of the offerings. And now we understand why and how that is extremely significant for your enlightenment process, not just something that is good to look at or something that is rich in economic value, but something that has a high significance even in the spiritual realm. So yes, now we have laid the foundation. We understand why gold is used, and in the Hindu civilization, even the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. So it literally holds and preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. Now we have established this foundation about the context of gold. Let's enter into the various different offerings that you can offer today, starting with the E-Hundi offering. This is a very easy offering that you can do. It's a general donation. And all of us Hindus know that when we go to the temple, we often give a few coins in the hundi, no matter what it is. And every single time, we may go every day, but we still offer something in the hundi. That is the custom, that's the tradition. And here Kailasa is bringing that to you so that you have that experience during this Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan program and the Devi PARASHAKTI Akashic reading program. And there's a beautiful verse from the Lalita Sahasranamam, which remembers Devi PARASHAKTI as Bhakti Priya, the adorer of true devotion. The truth is that she is simply there and making herself available to each and every one of you and accepting any devotion that you have towards her. So let me now chant that verse, and let's remember Devi PARASHAKTI as this embodiment, the adorer of true devotion. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. Yes. So as we have remembered, recognized, Devi PARASHAKTI is literally Bhakti Priya. And if there is fear in the minds of you, anyone you know, in the devotee, Devi PARASHAKTI is absolutely sure, can be counted on to remove that fear. In fact, it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. And here it's not the autumn, the seasonal autumn that we all go through once in a year, but the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inwards, when we become more and more introspective, and the role of the divine becomes known and understood clearly. The need for Devi PARASHAKTI and the worship of Devi PARASHAKTI becomes stronger. So especially at this time, during this pandemic, while so many millions of people are crying out in grief, and the universe is literally resounding with the magnanimous cries of millions, we have been literally seeing natural disasters, pandemics within pandemics, and so much. It's at this time that just any offering towards Devi PARASHAKTI, anything that you want to do, your prayers can simply manifest so much of auspiciousness. And prayer is ultimately what can work for you. So this e-hundi offering is available for you, and we'll be going over how you can make these payments at the end of this segment. So stay tuned for that. If you would want to go ahead and look on yourself, you can go to the link which will be projected in these slides. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. We have the Sankalpa offering. The Sankalpa offering is referenced in the Devi Mahatmyam chapter 12 verse 34, where it says the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. I personally love how it describes the goddess who enchants this universe. This is the way that she is described, the way that she enchants the entire universe itself, not just by her grace and her thing, but simply because she brings that enchanted feeling in all beings, in everything, in the space itself. And that is a beautiful sacred sentiment. And that is exactly what is invoked. And when we are chanting the Sankalpa offering, that enchanted space is what exactly is being invoked inside of you with the sacred chanting of the mantras and the sankalpa, and a strong prayer for manifesting the reality as you want. And just as an avatar comes down for a purpose and day in and day out works towards only that purpose from the very beginning of his advent, in the same way, upon making this sankalpa, every single day or every time we offer the sankalpa, it is invoking the energy and aligning all of the energy that we are blessed to have from Paramashiva towards that sankalpa that we are making. And that is very, very powerful and cannot be taken for granted. The resolution, the will should never be taken for granted. And that is exactly what is this sankalpa. And before every ritual, it is traditionally chanted, but here it is, sankalpa is an offering itself, and you can offer the sankalpa for just $1, $1 USD, and it'll just be the offering for the blessings of the all fruition and of the desires and wishes which you are yearning for. Now let's go on to the next offering, where we have the Sahasranama Kastu, Sahasranama Swarna Kastu. And as I was saying, there is actually no way we can doubt or underestimate the power of prayer. Prayer has such amount of power, and especially during this Sahasranamavali, especially in the Hindu customs and traditions, the sadhana, one of the very sacred spiritual practices, is chanting the name and doing the japa or the Sahasranamavali or the Ashtotaranamavali, just chanting the name of the divine. And in these, we are chanting the various different names or the various different qualities of the divine. When we do that, when we are ruminating and remembering and soaking in that positive energy of the divine, that literally manifests into our reality. We start becoming those qualities, and those qualities start radiating from each and every one of us. And in the Lalita Sahasranamam, it is actually referenced Devi PARASHAKTI as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning she who likes the repetition of her own name. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi PARASHAKTI, and it's a very special and unique archana to the Mahameru of Devi PARASHAKTI. You can offer this gold coin, literally, which is inscribed with all of the 1008 names, and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi PARASHAKTI. Yes. Now we have the next offering, which is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi PARASHAKTI is described in the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, which is the stotram on the Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Devi PARASHAKTI, who happened thousands of years back on planet Earth itself. And she is described as Mukta Harana, meaning adorned with pearls. And I'll now chant the verse before proceeding with explaining this offering. Muktaharanala Satkiritaruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purikinkini Manidaram Padma Prabhavasuram Sarvavita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Ramasevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidim. Yes. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So here again, Devi Meenakshi is described as the ocean of compassion, and many people do not know that the pearl is actually a symbol of compassion, and that's why we are offering this pearl ring. And Devi Meenakshi's advent itself is out of utmost compassion to humanity. As I was saying earlier, she literally came down, she had united all of the 56 deshas, all of the 56 nations that Sanatana Hindu Dharma had once been ruled by the Dharma, had been ruled by the cosmic Dharma, and had literally been all over the world, from Pakistan and Afghanistan until Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and across the seas as well. And this tradition had literally been able to spread across the world, and literally, it's only because of Devi Meenakshi that a enlightened civilization formed for a first time after a very long time, and had literally created a breakthrough for human civilization at that time. Even some of the most ancient records of writing, reading, of speaking are dated back to the Madurai time. And this is something that each and every one of you can Google if you'd like, about Madurai being one of the earliest civilizations known to mankind itself. And there's evidence being archaeological and evidence of this available for each and every one of you as well to go through if you just want to Google and see. So you can coming back to this offering, you can offer this offering, the Mukta Anguti with a pearl, to Devi PARASHAKTI, in order to have all the compassion in your life of Devi PARASHAKTI. And whatever business endeavor, whatever ambition that you have, whatever career that you want, you can have the blessings to manifest that from Devi Meenakshi. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. And in the Kamik Agama, there is a verse that says all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And here, as you can see, the lotus flower is being used in the worship of Paramashiva. And it's not just this verse, but hundreds of scriptural references for the use of the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. And you might be also familiar in the arts and architecture, in yoga itself, in power manifestation. There are so many references to the lotus, and even in the science of consciousness, all the chakras, all the energy centers in our body are even symbolized by lotus. That's because there's so much of deep significance, not just the lotus flower, but also the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus stem, and even the lotus petals all have a very profound significance in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And they literally represent the divine. And that is because the lotus has an innate divine quality, which literally makes you manifest radiance, resilience, elegance in any situation, and in any adverse situation which might be in your life. And that is what this offering literally does for you. The offering of the golden lotus can impart that quality on you, literally, where in any adverse situation, you'll have the blessings and grace of Paramashiva himself to radiate the state, space, being, and powers of Devi PARASHAKTI. So it's also a very special announcement for each and every one of you who is joining us right now. We're going to be having the live PARASHAKTI Akashic reading at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time, as you can see now. Please spread the news and let us share with one and all that there is exciting announcement that there is going to be the live PARASHAKTI Akashic reading at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. And now, especially if you're viewing, now that it is live, we know that it's live, you can take a few minutes, especially to offer to Devi PARASHAKTI, and also get ready your questions. If you'd like to ask a question directly to Devi PARASHAKTI, she is making herself available today at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. You can ask through YouTube and ensure that you are joined as a YouTube member on Kailasa's STH Nityananda YouTube channel. And then you can also ask on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter as well. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. Yeah. The next offering is the Swarnameti, the golden toe ring. And the toe ring in popular culture nowadays has become very fashionable. I'm sure many people have started to use it, even if you're not Hindu. But you should know that toe ring actually has a very deep significance in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, And it's actually referenced here in this verse. And it's all rooted back to the worship of Devi Parashakti herself. Because in the scriptures, it is told how extremely graceful, valuable, and powerful even is Devi Parashakti, and even the last inch of her body radiates such grace, such power, that even from the toenails, she can literally destroy the darkness of ignorance and liberate you completely. That is the power of Devi Parashakti. And until today, in the Hindu custom, Devi Parashakti is invoked in each and every one of the Hindu brides. When her marriage ceremony is going on, she is adorned with this toe ring in order to invoke Devi Parashakti in her. And the toe ring is literally to adorn Devi Parashakti, whose toenails literally are so powerful enough to destroy the darkness of ignorance. So before going on, let me chant this verse from Devi Parashakti, from the Saundarya Lahari, a beautiful stotram which is composed by Adi Shankaracharya. Nakadiditi samjana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. And the English translation says, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So it's a very significant offering here. The toe ring is adorning the very feet which is granting us liberation. And that is the significance. And here you can see that it's just that last inch of Devi Parashakti's feet, not needed the feet, not needed the whole body, not needed any part, but the toe itself has the power to simply liberate you. That is the grace of Devi Parashakti. And you'll be able to receive that grace just with this offering of this Varnameti. Yes, let's go on now. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika. We can go on. The Swarna Mangtika is another very traditional piece of jewelry, the hairline jewelry, which often goes from the center of the head to the forehead or across the forehead sometimes. Also, another very beautiful and significant piece of jewelry, which we offer to Devi Parashakti. And again, it is only on her that all of these pieces of jewelry was originally described, whether it is this Mangtika or the toe ring. It was only on her that we started to even adorn them. Only then it became a part of our daily lifestyle, and it became a part of, even popular culture nowadays. But it started with Devi Parashakti herself, where literally it says, we can go on to the next slide. It says that Devi Parashakti is Shuddha Saravi Varshini, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. Now, what exactly can represent nectar flowing in all of our nerves? Why? It can be gold. That is exactly what the Mangtika is. It represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. If you don't know, the Sahasrara Chakra is right at the crown of the head, and the Mangtika is representing right from the crown of the head to the forehead, the nectar which is overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra. It's representing that beautiful experience of bliss oozing from you. And that is why Devi Parashakti is even wearing a Mangtika, is wearing that gold jewelry. And it just beautifully signifies the entire, even the symbology and the details of how Hindus had even made the context behind the deities and had the context behind all the jewelry in Sanatana Hindu Dharma as well. So this Mangtika can be offered, and you can receive the blessings to have that very same experience that Devi Parashakti is radiating, the open Sahasrara Chakra, and that very pleasant experience of the ultimate, the complete completion and overflowing gratitude. Yes, let's now go on to the next slide. We can go on. We have the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. this is an offering that not only can be made for Devi Parashakti, but also the Guru. And no matter any incarnation of Paramashiva or any stotram, the Guru is always offered the respect first, even before sometimes God himself. And the Guru has so much of significance in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. An offering to the feet of the Guru, whether it is the Guru Padaka Stotram or the Guru Gita, there's so much of significance that is denoted for the Guru Padakas. This Pratyaksha Pada Puja is directly an elaborate offering for the Guru Padakas, and you have the opportunity to be blessed to offer for Devi Parashakti herself, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Jagat Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's go on to the next slide. We also have the Vastra Seva here. This is the offering of the sacred cloth, which is also very powerful to bestow all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next slide, please. So this brings us to a conclusion of the different offerings, and we're now presenting a summary of all the different offerings we have. We have the E-Hundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, Devi Sahasranama Kastu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. And as you can see, there's various different levels. There's also different offerings which you can make for any amount of money or for just $1, or different levels of the offerings that you can make, or you can make a substantial amount of money as well. These are all different donations that you can do. And once again, you don't need to feel in any way incapable of making an offering today. You can simply make an offering and do whatever you can, especially if an offering today that you heard or somehow the context of powerful cognition has taken root inside of you, has ignited your yearning to make one of these offerings and piqued your interest, then you can go ahead and make the payment today itself, or you can fill out the registration form. We can go on to the next slide at tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi.com. Sorry, tiny.cc.com. So here we have the link so that I don't make a mistake and confuse everyone. Tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi is the link where you can fill out the form in case you want to make any one of these offerings, and you might feel that you're not able to make an offering, or perhaps you want to make an offering, but now is not the time for any reason you might have. Then you can go to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, and you can fill out this registration form and make sure that you have the details filled. At any time, you can also offer these offerings. There's events coming up. There's so many different ways that you can offer, and you will be notified as soon as the live Bhavasamadhi darshans are happening, when these offerings are available for you, and you can make these offerings. And this is a way that you can start manifesting today. Perhaps you want to make an offering, but you're still not yet able to, then you can go to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, make sure you fill out this registration form, and you can ensure that you get the more details and you make this offering as well. Now, if you're ready for a payment, you can go to tiny.cc/devi-offerings and make the payment right away. And right now, we'll just show you how to make that payment and give you a brief walkthrough of the different steps that are involved in making the payment. And then after the payment, what are some mandatory steps that you have to do, and also some other very fun options that we have today for making a donation. So yes, as you can see, we have the donation page. You can select the donation which you want in the drop-down menu, select it whichever you want, and then you can add that to your cart. And once you add it to your cart, you can just review all the items in your cart, as you can see here, and then proceed to checkout. And then once you proceed to checkout, once you click on that, you'll be led to this page, which is your checkout. You can fill in your billing details, your payment details. It'll also tell you what kinds of cards are accepted. and any additional information as well that you can submit. And you'll be able to make this make the payment right away. As you can see, it's a very, very easy process, and it's just 3 clicks away from finishing and just making the offering. Now, we also make sure that you need to fill out the Sankalpa 2021 form. And this ensures that you are filling out and submitting the names, your names, and all the names of the people on behalf of whom you are offering this puja. So this will connect your name with the offering order, and you'll have to input your payment offering, the order number right here, so that during the offering, your name can be chanted, and it's a very seamless process as well. And you're bestowed with all of the blessings of Devi PARASHAKTI today. Once again, I invite each and every one of you to make an offering today, especially because we are having the live PARASHAKTI Akashic reading at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Now, moving on quickly, we also have the YouTube Super Chat. So on YouTube, if you go to the Kailasa's SPH YouTube channel, and we'll be showing you that as well, you can go to the live video that we have. And first of all, make sure that you are joined as a member. Yes. So as you can see, once you're on YouTube, you can go to the live video. You're joined as a member, and then you can, yes, as you can see, you should join this channel. There's different levels. And it's very easy for you to join. And then after you've joined, you'll have 2 options here. You'll be able to participate in the live chat. And then also you can join in the super chat. And the super chat is an option where you can make a donation towards Kailasa through this right here, as you can see. And also there's an option to select a super sticker. So if you'd like to, you can make this offering with a sticker and send that towards the Supreme Council of Hinduism, towards Devi PARASHAKTI herself. Yes, as you can see, this is how you can adjust the offering. And yeah, a very simple process. And YouTube has also made available a credit card payment, debit card, or even PayPal. So that's another option that you have as well. So I can see many people who are also offering right now and who are making a donation towards Kailasa. Thank you so much for your donation towards Kailasa. This brings us to a conclusion of this segment. And once again, if you are joining us today, I welcome you. And you can register at this link, as you can see the form, Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and you can make an intention to make an offering. And this registration form will give you more details about the further programs and so much more in this simple form. So yes, we are now coming to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And very soon we will be able to have the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi PARASHAKTI once again at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. And before that, we will enter into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan preparation, and as well, we'll quickly be joined by the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham and hear from them the various different updates from Adi Kailasa, including the UN recognizing the Hindu multilateralism and the solution for COVID-19 proposed by Kailasa to the United Nations. So there's a very exciting upcoming segment ahead of us, and we have Ma Dayami Swami, who has joined us in order to lead us in that segment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma Sadashivapriya. Yes. Nityanandam, everyone. So welcome back. Now, in this segment, we are going to see the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Parameswaran's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. So Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization present this segment. In this segment, we are going to see the Devi's Akashic readings in many revelations, especially on 5th June 2021, about the mental health of the all across the world, especially the younger generation, how it is getting affected, and what are the solutions Devi suggested: doing yoga, serving at the feet of Paramashiva, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed in many satsangs about practicing spiritual practices and doing yoga and other practices, and how they help each one of us to combat this COVID-19, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies and successfully implemented as a multi-layer quarantine and saving many lives. So, and all these efforts have been recognized by the United Nations, and we're going to see the detailed report and details of that report. So, on 5th June 2021, Devi PARASHAKTI revealed that not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh, people, do the job of saving your life as first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva, Parampurul, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva. Live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa, and for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there, and do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings, and I am the Samayapuratu Kannatal who comes and helps at the right time. So this is what Devi revealed during the Akashic readings on 5th June 2021, and media articles confirming the same on the subsequent days from 6th June 2021. Psychological symptoms, psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety, and also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in more mild cases. According to the BNC Psychology, published online on June 8th, the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students. According to the result indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increase in anxiety about 60.8%, feeling of loneliness about 54%, and depression about 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of loved ones most impacted their mental health issues, about 20%, and the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans, about 31.8%. Almost one half of students took to exercising and other remedies. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar. The researchers at the Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, say stress levels are at their highest. The Dartmouth College researchers began tracking about 217 students when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with the midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, the rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down, said Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. This, according to the Psychology Today, the coronavirus pandemic, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something has not been discussed in the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation, and our world and are experiencing. The increased prevalence of the post-traumatic stress disorder, the PTSD, is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder. Therapeutics market over the period of assessment says about what it used to be in 2019 and what it's going to grow in 2027 is about 11.91%. According to the CNN news from the United Nations, it says there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries according to the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom released in a news release recently. Tedros added to CNN that it is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress and self-regulate an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with innate coping strategies for responding to stress. But sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, that is, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help bring our parasympathetic response back to online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep, mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions, with benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support effectiveness of traditional treatment approaches. According to the psychology today, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being, even in those challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well-being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. The revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. In his own words, Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive. Life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive, and what that is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who is a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru work. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles and make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just say all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest your consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from this corona. The amount of depression, mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost. So much just to make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa. First, the devotees in their own homes, and second, the Kailasa inside the Sangha physically, mentally, and psychologically or consciously for a quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place. Doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong. Taking bay leaf and neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, triphala churna, and Ayurvedic lifestyle. Lifestyle of less food and more energy. More activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself, build your body. Don't bother about business or any other profit or anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. So, what Devi revealed and what the Supreme Pontiff has been consistently revealing in the various satsangs about the importance of doing yoga and practicing various spiritual practices, and all these are implemented in the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies and having the success, and this report has been recognized by the United Nations. So we'll see this report. You can see the screenshots of this report on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. You can see the detailed report, screenshots of this report. You can go ahead and click on this link of the United Nations and read the whole article by yourself. The report published on their website, www.ohchr.org. The globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as the Delta, Delta Plus, Epsilon, and Gamma, continue to threaten with those vaccinated. The secondary diseases, such as black fungus, are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2% in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles and systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to be fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., needs to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solutions for COVID-19 through multilateralism that was published by the United Nations and their website, www.ohchr.org. Earlier report recognized by the United Nations are a report on rights of indigenous women and girls, second report on the femicide, and this report on COVID-19 and multilateralism is the third one. So now let us see the report which was published by the report by the Adi Shaivat Minority Tradition, which is ASMT Hindu Community Kailas Union, was submitted June 2021 and was published by the United Nations on their website last week. So now let's see the details of this report. The introduction, the key obstacles presented are the globalization of the disease is the first part. This globalization of the disease has led the whole world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases, such as black fungus, are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2% in such cases. Second, the distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst the nations and within, leading to various extremes, such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable even more. Next, the fourth point is lockdowns have brought the global economic into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. Frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threats of famine, especially in countries where the employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far from the SDG2, the zero hunger, the number now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting articles here, which are part of the report published in the United Nations OHCHR website. These are the various articles which are part of the report. Now, what are the solutions? The first solutions: revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human beings suffers from the hunger or the absence of required medical care. As per Hindu principle, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases. First, creation or growth. Sustenance or stagnation. A recession or revitalization. Next, reinvention, and the fifth one is breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when the best practices are applied diligently. However, during the times of crisis, lead us to the fourth and fifth phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. According to the key nations, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires the governments to temporarily discard any trying to balance economic interest that compromise quarantine safety and to put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. Next solution presented, the second solution is Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, organizations, and people on two grounds. The first is health response. The second is economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principles Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is my family. These are the scriptural references from the Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verses 71 to 73. You can see the supporting articles of whatever we presented so far. The third solution is provide sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for a vast majority of people for their either health safety or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. The other health issues linked to home quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires a friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies and recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to a request for private accommodation. The experimental townships such as Araville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Araville are not open to public. For 2 decades, the leader of the SMP Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Araville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as the ASMP Monastery, India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layered quarantine as a free public service with free food and accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is the monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in townships with zero reported COVID cases in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. Next is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramashivam, had urged the citizens worldwide, especially from regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as the home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. Nityananda Paramesham has emphasized the need and urged the government, the worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, and shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care, with absolute multi-layer quarantine until the coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the virus. You can see the supporting articles which are part of the report published. The next solution presented are educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time visual information about the fatalities. Under-reporting of this data can also make people reckless, as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial, as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit at a record high during this pandemic, and long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated as a top priority. People need to be given confidence in their life and security about their future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. And you can see the supporting documentation here. The next is the systems are still in practice in the modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and the GISAID provided the early success to data regarding the virus. This is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where the crucial data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped the United States of America access to mass and testing kits. And there was hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccine, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next solution presented in this report are Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with a seed capital of grains collected by the fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest, which is compound interest was not prohibited in grain banks, which the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain that amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on the interest earned and donation. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains, and if required, all such grains would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu temples, food is shared for free as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and the modern time. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination, and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ace the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. The next solution presented is the monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by the governments that are based on health code, color code systems that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health statuses and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting documentation here, which are projected now. Though there were privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these methods, such as the agile daily reporting system for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed asymptomatic cases, the number of deaths, and generating area-wide statistics have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease, and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documentation here. The next solution presented is traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as living divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, food, medicines, etc. Through the traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues. A few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on the traditional medicine, and the mainstream Western medicines have chosen to characterize the Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking a defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interest. The outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revised, especially as these medicinal systems are time-tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailas Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public efforts. You can see the supporting documentation here. Multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of the SDG 11, the sustainable cities and communities, with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine protection without disrupting life and economy, such that effects of lockdown are unnoticeable. The waiver of patents on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccine. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that the prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain bank systems and other traditional economic systems as described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world. You can see the supporting documentation as part of this report. Now, the sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this lasting time of globalization and this global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadans, and free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To associate this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healing online. Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented in the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report on recommendations on an individual treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. The report we just have seen, surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires a true multilateralism. Governments, organizations, and people are to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including the providing sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, leveraging best of difficult economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicine. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations and published in their website and highly appreciated. That is in their website www.ohchr.org. So join in these COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below and save your life, which is now these de facto centers are highly appreciative and recognized by the United Nations. The link is https://kailasa.org, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA care. Now, as we understood how important these COVID care protection centers and Kailasas de facto spiritual embassies, and all these embassies are mainly temple based. So let us understand why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has reviving all these establishments across the world. Thousands and thousands of these de facto spiritual centers, which are mainly temple based. So let us understand these revival of temple sciences and ecosystems with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Parameswaran's blessings. Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization present the importance of the revival of temple sciences and ecosystem. And before that, let's see what is happening across India due to this pandemic, how the various famous temples are shut down. For examples, the Sai Baba temple is shut down until further notice, as the temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government recently announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of the virus. On the other hand, the Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public, keeping in view of the surge of the COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri, the authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town on Sunday. The famous temple is closed for devotees since May 5th, as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. Not only this temple, but all the religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar, as the city records the highest daily COVID surge, with Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 COVID-19 cases. The local municipal authorities recently declared the closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees till further orders. In the Uttar Pradesh, the major Madura temples ban entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. Two major temples of Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in the Vrindavan, recently banned and the entry of devotees in view of raising the COVID-19 cases. In the state Gujarat, the famous Somnath temple is closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. In view of the surge of the COVID-19 infection, the Somnath Temple Trust has announced that the temple will remain closed, remain shut for the devotees for an indefinite period. On the other hand, in South India, Tamil Nadu, the Chola era temple murtis beheaded. Murtis of a Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasnatha temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kulichunga Chola, with Shiva as the presiding deity. The temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state a few days ago. Now, in the times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet, all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. These religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystems and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. So now let's understand the basics of the temple sciences. Why do we worship? Why deity worship? With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's understand. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form that he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though they are no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in, that is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma. The Advaita Satya is the truth of oneness, is going to happen. The divine manifests in various auspicious forms to save the devotees or to protect the world from destruction. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya, it just happened that he was destined to die at the very young age, as young as 16 years old. Knowing this, his parents were devastated and very sad. Markandeya, to remove this sadness of his parents, intensely connected with Shiva, and on the day of his departure, the Lord Yama came and as about to take his life away. That's when the Markandeya intensely hugged the Shivalinga and intensely prayed for Paramashiva. That's when Paramashiva appeared and saved Markandeya from the Lord of Death and become Kala Kala. Kala is death, and Paramashiva, to save Markandeya, become Kala Kala, the Lord of Death. In the same way, he danced, Paramashiva danced in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. Nataraja is the one who creates with this cosmic dance the Panchakritya. That means the 5 actions are the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, and the pulling out of delusion and giving all of us the liberation. So the cosmic dancer, we can connect him as Nataraja. Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with these independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by the connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join in this Kailasa's COVID Gate Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now we'll be continuing this segment after a very short break. Now we'll be seeing in these Kailasa's COVID care multi-layered quarantine centers, protection centers, which are the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, and how the Annadan, the serving the free food, is the most important. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's understand this more. Then what is the need of the Annadan? Let us see what is happening across the world. The COVID-19 is creating hunger, a catastrophe in India. The pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening of food insecurity. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe due to as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Program estimates that an additional of 130 million people could fall into the category of food insecure over and above the 820 million who were classified as such by the 2019 the State of Food Insecurity in the World Report. More than 50 million people have experienced food insecurity during the pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. Child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at a risk of developing a severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti, according to the sources connected to the United Nations Children's Fund. The number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated by the pandemic. The vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing the alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. The price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by the conflict have pushed many families further into food insecurity during April and May. Around 30,000 refugees in Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns, with 63% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter. Just over 1/3, which is 73%, requested health or medical care. The number of people teetering on the brink of the famine has risen from 34 million projected at the beginning of the year to 41 million projected as of June. He said, without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation, as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. Now, the World Bank releases a report on growing food insecurity. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The current released report on May 20th, 2021 stated that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, with impacts expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum released that 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for 2/3 of those facing acute hunger. The researchers of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. So join in these COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now, let us understand the fundamentals of the food revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He says, you become what you eat. What you eat contributes to what you think, and what you think contributes to what you cognize, and what you cognize contributes to who you are. So what you eat directly affects who you are, and that is why I'm making the statement, you become what you eat. What is in your plate matters because that is going to become you. The violence-based food derived from killing of animals and life-negative chemical-based toxic food both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health, it gives you an inner space, physical system, physiological flow to develop higher psychology. To develop higher psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flows needs to be cooperate. Your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucinations, imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. So, vegetarianism as a lifestyle. The human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 200 volt current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volt current, but it is given 20,000 volt current. What will happen? It will get fused. The energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter the words, the energy with which they act, it will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. So Kailasa's Annalayas, which serves the de facto centers with free organic vegetarian sattvic meal for all, eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economical, social, and medical impact of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual and familial, community, and national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famines of biblical proportions in 2020 alone, and 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into the food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. The developmental, economic, social, and mental impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through Kailasa's Department of Agriculture and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, has committed to the globalized distribution of food, that is free distribution of food through organic food and to everyone. It's not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Under the symbol red Om, providing relief work for natural man-made calamities, working to eliminate the world's hunger. We will receive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annada. I'm not giving you any fantasy. It's already a reality, becoming a reality. Says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, during the now you see in the pictures the glimpses from the early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Annadan, which is providing the free organic sattvic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam, Thiruvannamalai. Now, even with the fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, engaged in selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with a bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, the two steel implants were implanted in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. This picture is right after the surgery. Now you're seeing the pictures of the Pondicherry, the Thane flood relief, which is taken on 3rd January 2012. And the same Pondicherry, Thane flood, as part of the Thane flood relief, can see the distribution of the food for thousands of people, which is taken on 3rd January 2012. Now you're seeing the picture of the Nityananda Annalaya inauguration at Thiruvannamalai. The pictures are taken on 9th September 2011. So on Arogya Yoga Health Workshop, where you'll find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free meals. The picture is taken on 25th November 2005. Nityananda Spurana Meditation Workshop, Salem, India, where you see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free meals. This picture is taken on 10th December 2007. Now, the Nityananda Spurana program at another venue at Thiruvannamalai, India, so where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free meals, with the picture is taken on 20th September 2012. Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, the glimpses that you're seeing at Thiruvannamalai were taken on 27th, 2012. The picture that you're seeing are from the Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop in Thiruvannamalai, taken on 10th May 2017. And Kalpataru Meditation Workshop at Thiruvannamalai, where thousands are served free meals, organic sattvic meals. The pictures are taken on 10th April 2017. The picture that you're seeing are the Bandhara feast served for the respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks in the Kumbh Mela, the largest gatherings at the North India on 5th May 2016. Some more pictures are from this occasion where the Kalpataru meditation workshop was conducted, a free workshop where the organic sattvic meals were served to one and all. And these pictures are taken on 28 April 2016. The pictures you're seeing now are from Arunachala Sarvajna Peetham, Tiruvannamalai, India on 11th March 2017. The pictures that you're seeing are from Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetham, where the free Sattvic Annadan is happening continuously. The pictures, these specific pictures are taken on 18th August 2019. The pictures that you're seeing from the Western Hemisphere, the Annadan distributed during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of the Guru, which are taken on 6th July 2019. Now you're seeing the pictures are from 2016 and during the Sadashivoham program meditation workshop, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free organic sattvic meals. The picture is taken on 8th December 2016. Now, Annadan service continues in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis, Madurai, India. This picture is taken on 30th May 2020. Now, what is the need for the Annadan? And let us see a short video.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
As you see, in 1943 to 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ millions were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling the 1/3 of mankind, claimed that they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. On the other hand, in 2016 Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served the organic food to over 3+ million people. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, have served more than 1 billion free meals in past 26 years and are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver with what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by fear or greed. It is an enlightened-based nation driven by the selfless service. In the Veda Agamas, the source of Hindu scriptures declares that Annam Bahukurvita. That means the scriptural reference that we just see, the Annam Bahukurvita, is from the Taittiriya Upanishad, chapter 3, verse 9, which means, let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. So join now in this Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. I'll repeat, https://Kailasa Care, KAILAASA kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASA CARE, Kailasa Care. Now, we'll moving on to the next segment. We have the live Akashic readings by Devi Parashakti at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Let's get prepared for that. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a very short break. As we are waiting for the live Akashic readings by Devi PARASHAKTI, let's understand some more of the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers, how they are functioning, and when the first world countries close their borders during this massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its door to all without exception. And as we have seen the United Nations recognition in detail report. So let's see how these are implemented, getting implemented in these Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. See, one of the things, practice, all the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers practice is morning spiritual routine. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. The morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you, and the healing it does to your system, and the biological rhythm it sets in your system, all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and the integrity to spiritual routine initiations are completely private. It is personal between you and me, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The members of Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The morning spiritual routine consists of the Nityananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Prataksha Pada Puja, Paduka Puja, and the Kashayam, that is the herbal drinks, and the Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Morning spiritual routine will tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices, because the chemistry that you enjoy inside matters, that decide the kind of plane of the universe, dimension of the universe you are going to experience, Kailasa or Patala. Kailasa is the place of the highest abode where Paramashiva resides, and Patala is the place, the lowest abode where the demons live. And Swarga or Naraka. Swarga is the heavens and Naraka is the hell. The morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always says, person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day, because that is the time you get near what you are seeking closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 hours, because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into that system when your beloved comes near you and you are tired and love is gone and dead. During this morning 4 hours, if you are bored and your seeking is dead and gone, you need thorough overhauling inside you, and you need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers, and you need to bring pure questioning back to your life, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So a little bit of on the yoga, why morning yoga? When you do the yoga, you experience your entire body becoming the Amrita Sharira. Amrita is the nectar and Sharira is body. So your body filled with nectar. If it becomes an ecstatic body just by the air without any external touch. The first thing that you get up, you do is the Panchakriya, one of the morning spiritual practices, a routine. Panchakriya involves the 5 powerful processes to remove toxins and impurities from your system, just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body. Panchakriya is a powerful cleansing process which cleanses the internal organs of the body, keeping it cool. These techniques are not just cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. Puja. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, the devotion. The space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from the I, which is so heavy, to the God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred baths to Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. We sit down and connect with God by performing Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, Paramashiva, O God, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything and you are in this Shivalinga. And you are in this body. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit with that power, when we sit with that context, we do the action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the Bhava Samadhi. Only Bhava Samadhi can give us the highest taste and highest joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the Bhava Samadhi of Shivoham, that I am divine. So when you practice the morning spiritual routine sincerely with integrity, you manifest Shaktis, the spiritual powers. If you just follow this morning's 5 hours enough, you will have Vak Shakti. That means sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. So if you practice this morning spiritual routine for just 5 hours, that's enough. You will have Vak Shakti. That is whatever you say will become reality. All the Shakti is manifesting in you, because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in this morning 5 hours. And morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, the Shakti Patha, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truth from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours, if you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. So with this, now it's time to prepare ourselves for the live Devi Akashic readings. And now we'll moving on to the next segment. Now we have Ma Tattvapriya and Manitya Nandita are here to prepare ourselves to the live Devi PARASHAKTI Akashic readings.
To everyone, we are here with a very, very, very exciting news for all of you. We are going to be having the live Akashic reading by Devi PARASHAKTI herself. And this is really, really exciting, phenomenal. I'm sure all of us are really excited and just waiting, very eager to see Swamiji as PARASHAKTI and having her darshan today. So now let's enter into the preparation to receive Devi PARASHAKTI.
Now, as we are preparing to receive the darshan of Devi PARASHAKTI, let us understand what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a powerful experience that each and every one of us are going to experience just by glimpsing, just by seeing the avatar on the screen. There's a beautiful verse from Marini Vijayotara Tantra, the 60th verse.
Katana Shakti Pada Padavalokana Rapyate Paramam Padam by of the goal and space attained.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, darshan happens at a moment when we are lifted out of space and time. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. This mirroring of neurons is a very powerful process where just by seeing, just by you seeing the avatar, your brain neurons mirror and reflect the exact neuron activity that is happening in the avatar without the physical act of imitation. That is, our body, just by seeing the avatar, reflects the same neuron activity that is happening in the avatar's brain in us. This is an extremely powerful process. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar.
The brain neurons mirror and activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by the act of seeing and without the physical act of imitation.
And when this happens, our whole body, our whole being starts grasping the exact same neuron activity that we see that happens in the avatar's brain. That same neuron activity starts getting mirrored in our brain. Our very muscles imbibe the muscle memory, imbibe the memory of what you see during the darshan. So all the powerful components, powerful cognition starts getting absorbed into you.
That is like without absolutely no movement, but you will be exactly having that superconscious energy that is radiated in the avatar.
The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon that modern science is just discovering in terms of quantum tunneling.
Our thoughts per second rate reduces drastically and we relax into a space of thoughtlessness. But we and divine experience are the same source that one is experienced and conditioned by the parameters of time and space. So the science of quantum tunneling, it's like it is a probability of a quantum particle like an electron, less kinetic energy, to cross over a potential energy of an energy barrier. An electron in quantum physics acts both as a wave and a particle. So let's imagine a scenario. What happens when an electron with less kinetic energy is approaching a hill? Will the electron be able to cross the energy peak of the hill as a particle? No. The electron will require high kinetic energy to cross over. Whereas when it is acting as a wave, it can propagate itself through the hill and go to the other side. That is exactly the science behind quantum tunneling. This is the same science which is imposed on people who witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neurons of the divine immediately through the quantum tunneling, and we are able to travel through divine energy and the exact mirroring of neurons. There's a beautiful incident where once when Krishna saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in the jeweled wall, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, when I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. For due consideration, I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika."
The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a science where Nija Avatar is manifesting Paramashiva. It happens in multiple levels where Paramashiva, who is a consciousness, pure consciousness which is formless, expresses through the being of Paramashiva, through the Divya Sharira called the light body, and manifests as Nija Avatara, the physical form, the embodied form of Paramashiva, for us to experience that divine powerful component. For example, let's say Devi Parashakti. Today, all of us are going to be blessed with the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakti. So, the consciousness of Devi Parashakti manifests through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests through the Nija Avatara as Devi Meena. We all can see the consciousness of formless manifests through the being. The science is very simple, where the Archa Avatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the being and manifests it in Nija Avatara, the embodied form. Actually, deities by themselves they by themselves reflect the consciousness and manifestation of the being. But human beings are not mature enough to receive that higher level experiences directly from Archa Avatara. So out of their extreme compassion, the avatar descends, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of superconscious energy from all. When we have
the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Nija Avatara, manifesting various dimensions of Shiva, auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva, manifesting in the Nija Avatara, for us to manifest the same as Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Understand, Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the direct experience of costlessness. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our whole being comes alive and celebrates the energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we understand.
Even without much effort from our side, our very bio-memory awakens the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness during Bhava Samadhi. To have a glimpse of or having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of lifetimes and creates a deep and a lasting transformation in us. Gratitude. What is the best space to experience is gratitude, to have the best of the darshan. Gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness in all levels, be it physical, psychological, ultimately even in your conscious level. The best way to enable that gratitude in you is meditation. Before the darshan, we all will be doing a meditation, and that enables you into that receptivity or the space of gratitude. What is that context? What is the space exactly that you should sit within to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? Just sit with this space, telling PARASHAKTI, the cosmic mother, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashiva, and you are in this body also. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi. Now, in this same space, let us take a minute or two to quickly set up the Panchopachara Puja Kit. Please set up your Panchopachara Puja Kits, which consists of sandalwood powder, sandalwood paste, some flowers, Naivedyam, incense stick. Naivedyam is any food offering. and little lamp. Please set all of these up. Take a minute or two. Yes. Now, as you're all setting up, let us enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra as an initiation, Diksha, that can transmit the energy and experiences, powers, in the form of sacred mantras, just like how the avatar transmits Shaktis just by a look, Naina, or a touch, Sparsha. Similarly, the avatar births himself as mantra, which encompasses all his Shaktis and transmits those Shaktis to the devotees. Anyone to whom this mantra is chanted from the space of oneness and deep restful awareness, that person is bestowed with health and well-being, wealth and prosperity, love, fulfilling relationships, enormous growth, success in business, job, finances, the complete fulfilled life manifest without any types of doshas or sins, evil eyes or obstacles, leading to a long, healthy and blissful life. By the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailas's Department of Human Services and Kailas's Department of Religion and Worship is the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra, a prayer. So we are going to be offering this Paramashiva Dhyana mantra, our prayers, requests, the blessings of sorry for the technical glitch. Hope all of you are able to see us and hear us now.
Thank you for your patience and sorry for the... Let us now resume the Paramashiva Dhyana. Today we are going to be offering this Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra prayer service to Devi PARASHAKTI on behalf of each and every one of you, for all of you to experience healing of any health issues, for you all to be walking out of your psychological stress, anxiety and fear, for you to experience liberation from any addictions that you are suffering from, for you to be liberated from all your obsessive compulsive patterns and obsessive compulsive behavioral patterns that you are suffering from, for you all to be healed with having a beautiful relationship in life with your spouse, with family, in workplace, etc. For you, all of you to have a breakthrough in wealth, for each and every one of you to have breakthrough in your health dimension, for all of you to experience abundance, prosperity and well-being, for all the children that are orphaned during the pandemic to be healed, for each and every one to be healed from any insecurities that they are suffering from, any direct or indirect effects of the pandemic to be completely healed, for the leadership consciousness to be awakened in you, any kind of genetic or inherited disorder to be completely healed, for you to experience completion in your muscle memory and biomemory, for you to experience peace, bliss and joy in your life, for you to have a settled, stable and a successful career, life, relationship, health, well-being and family.
For you to be, we are going to be praying to the Cosmic Mother so that you can achieve completion with your biological mother and experience feeling connection with the Cosmic Mother and awaken the divine feminine consciousness in you. And we're going to be praying for the grace, blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Maha Sannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam, to always be with you. Let us all enter into the Paramashiva. Please stay. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nityanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilakhyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru whose eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one whose embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is a silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest the reality. Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavachi Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am making this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam. Asya Deva Devasya Mahadevasya Kilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya. Who is the God of all gods? Who is the greatest of gods? The Lord of universes and multiverses. Who is the Lord of the cosmos? Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya. The one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Adimadhyantarahitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattva. The one who is the beginning, middle and end, the one who is immeasurable. Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahadantrakya Shaivagamaswarupasya Sakala Nigamaagamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaivaswarupasya Nityananda Padastasya Nityananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akhanda Visheshanasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nityananda Paramashivasya cha Prityartham. Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararte Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavinchati Tame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Kande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Sashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasarayutayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Viseshana Visishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau. During this second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakanda, in the southern side of the Mount Meru, the Shaka era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice, of which Prabhupada is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, on the auspicious Tithi, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, auspicious Yoga, auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment, Adikailase Kalpavrikshasya Daha Nityananda Nagare Smritasmritana Muktidayake Mahakshetre. For all, now we request all the participants, whether you're offering this for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering for a meal, kindly chant the meal names now. Namadheyasya. We request all the participants that are offering for any female, whether it's for yourself or someone else, kindly chant the female names now. Namnyaha cha yajamananam avayoho sahakutumbanam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham. For all those who are participants, hosts and me with their families, relatives, inheritors, brother and everyone. Sarva bhishta siddhyatam chintita manoratha vapyatam. Sarvamangala praptyatam Uttarottaranava Chinna Siralakshmi praptyatam. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarvabhishta siddhyartam chintita manoratha vapyatam. Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled. Samesham adhivyadi nivrityatam samesham chiradipada paryantam vidyamananam sameshu angeshu janita janishyamana sakala vida nana vidaroganam vyapohartam tadvara Tadvara rogadagatra vapuhu siddhyatam. Let all the chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong diseases, healthy, handsome and graceful body be obtained. Samesham parekatribhishya kritakarishyamana sakala vidha mantra tantra yantra Vishachurna abhichara stambhana marana uchchatana vidveshana vashīkarana adi mantrika prayogebhyaha rakshana praptyartam tadvara samesham sarva bhishta siddhyatam. Let protection be obtained from all evil effects of acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous spells, employing spells for malevolent purposes, like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting and diarrhea, upsetting and ruining their health, poisoning and hypnotizing, etc. Apamrityu dosha nivrityartam kala mrityu akala mrityu dur mrityu nivrityartam. Let all the doshas or ill effects related to health like death, sign death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. Samesham antar drishti, bahi drishti, krura drishti, vyapara drishti, anukula drishti, pratikula drishti, ityadi sakala vida drishta dosha nivrityartam. Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty, filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are well-wishers, and the effects of the evil eyes of people who are against our well-being be removed. Samesha mantra drishti, bahi drishti, krura drishti, vyapara drishti, anukula drishti, pratikula drishti, ityadi sakala vida drishta dosha nivrityartam. Samesha mantra shatru, bahi shatru, krura shatru, vyapara shatru, anukula shatru, pratikula shatru, ityadi sakala vida shatru bada nivrityartam. Let all the effects of inner enemies, outer enemies, fears, enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. Samesha matrusha-padi sakala-vida-shapanam vyapohanartam. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. Anadi avidya-vasanaya pravartamane asmin mahati samsara chakre विचित्राभिः कर्मगतिभिः विचित्रासु योनिषु पुनः पुनः अनेकदा जनित्वा. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the whole cycle of birth and death, and due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies. Is quite strange. केनापि पुण्यकर्म विशेषेण भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य अपरिमितया कृपया इदानीन्तन मनुष्य जन्म प्राप्तवताम्. Yet due to some good action with extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. समेषां इह जन्मनि पूर्वजन्मनि जन्म जन्मान्तरेषु सर्वैः कृतानां शिवनिन्दा देवी निन्दा गुरुनिन्दा दोषव्यपोहार्थं शिवापराध देव्यपराध गुर्वपराध दोषव्यपोहार्थं. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth or in any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes or offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed. ब्रह्महत्या सुरापान स्वर्णस्तेय गुरुतल्पगमन तत्संसर्गाख्य पंचमहापातकादि समस्त पाप व्यतिरिक्तार्थम. Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the other above mentioned sins be removed. अपि च सर्वै बाल्ये वयसि कौमारे यौवने वार्धक्ये च. Let all the karmic effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth and as an old age person, Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Avasthasu. Let all the karmic effects of actions done in the wakeful dream or deep sleep state, Karmendriya Jnanendriya Vyaparaihi Sambhavitanam. Let all the sins done through Karmendriya, that is the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hands, feet, screeching, and reproductive organs, and Jnanendriya, that is the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin. Rahasya kritanam, prakasha kritanam, atipathakanam, upapathakanam, sankhali karananam, malini karananam, apatri karananam, jati bhramshakanam, prakirnitanam. एवं नवानां नवविधानां बहूनां बहुविधानां सर्वेषां पापानां सद्यः. Let the sins which were done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sins like raping a woman, unjustifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sin, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly. Apanodana dvara samasta mangala praptyartam Shiva bhakti, Devi bhakti, Guru bhakti siddhyartam Paramashivatva, Paramashiva sthiti, Paramashiva shakti abhibhyartam. Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all auspiciousness. Let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti and Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva and powers of Paramashiva be obtained. Kutumbe Sarvada Sanmangala Praptyartam Anyonya Prema Abhividyartam Purnatva Siddhyartam Sarvapanivrityartam. Let the whole family always be showered with all auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed. Shiprarogya-vaptyartam Ayur-bivridyartam. Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed. Vyapare udyoge cha sarvajanavashikaranartam tadvara unnatonnata sthana praptyartam. Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position. Bahudhana saukya praptyartam griha kanaka pashuputra pautra dhanadhanya saukya praptyartam. Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of house, gold, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to worldly life. Adityadinam navanam grahanam dosha pida nivaranartham
आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणाम् आनुकूल्यता सिद्ध्यर्थं. Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let auspiciousness be showered by the grace of all the 9 planets. भूम्यन्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्मराक्षस वेताल कुष्माण्ड डाकिनी शाकिनी इत्यादि सर्वारिष्ट निवारणार्थं. Let all the evil effects that cause calamities on planet Earth, the evil effects from various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demons, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, ghost, Kushmanda, class of demons, Dakini, little devil, Shakini, kind of female demons be removed. Nivaranartham, let the mental confusion and worry be removed. प्रारब्धे कर्मणि करिष्यमाणे कर्मणि आदिदैविक आदिभौतिक आध्यात्मिक विघ्न निवारणार्थं. Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to actions done or going to be done relating to God, world and spirituality. समस्त निर्णय निवारणार्थं धनलक्ष्मी धान्यलक्ष्मी संतानलक्ष्मी सौभाग्यलक्ष्मी विद्यालक्ष्मी शौर्यलक्ष्मी वीरलक्ष्मी विजयलक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं. Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmi like Dhanalakshmi, wealth, Dhanyalakshmi, food and grain, Santanalakshmi, offspring, Saubhagyalakshmi, fortune, Vidyalakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya-Lakshmi, bravery, Veera-Lakshmi, heroism, Vijay-Lakshmi, success be showered. Parikshasu Unnatastane Vijaya-Praptyatam, Sarva-Vidya Parangata Siddhyartam, Medha-Shakti, Grahana-Shakti, Abhivridyartam.
Let the top rank be obtained in the examination. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of the knowledge. Let the memory, power, understanding ability be increased. Ityadi Sakalavita Sanmangalani Guru Kripa Katakshena Siddhyartam. By the grace of the Guru, let all the above auspiciousness be showered upon. Shri Kailasonata Dvadeshanta Shamala Pitha Rudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara, the one who has ascended the Madhurayadinam Shamala Peetam, the Peetam established by Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Shamala Devi, which is a supreme place of Kailasa, where Paramashiva resides and rules whole cosmos and Kailasa. The one who is no different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most beloved son of Paramashiva, the young boy, Gurumanya Tulyavatara, Shri Parvati, Stanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta, Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktra, the young boy who is in the gem amongst gurus, an unequaled avatar, the one who received enlightenment by drinking the breast milk of Devi Parvati, author of the famous Dravida Vedam, which is the essence of all the Vedas and Agamas. Srimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadikata Mukta Maichitrashnaya Nagiyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinna Kahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Veyapavarga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalabhake Sari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajahadiraja Pandya Maharaj Guru Kshapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Narhar Hatajotchedana Purvaka Srimad Rishabhataja Sthapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre. The one who is the ruler of the Sarvagnya Pita, the seat of omniscience, who the avatar of such above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami, Appar Sundaran Manikya Vachaka Swami, O the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shamala Pita Mahasamastana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhana.
Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata, Arunachala Sarvagnya Pita Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvagnya Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogishwara. कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर त्रिनवत्युत्तर गुरु महासन्निधान. The one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita in the lineage of Kailasa. Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita Karatre. The creator of Nityananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating auspicious festival having the attractive energy of enriching. साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनुष्यो को हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्री रामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि. साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर. The 1008 Sri Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Pita, established by Bhagavan Parameshwar himself and revived by sage Kapila. Sakshat Sri Parameshwar Simhasana Abhishekta Samasta Gananayaka Sri Mahaganapati Samarambha Navachinna Pitadishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pita Ashtotara Sahasratama Ashtotara Sahasra Shri Atala Pitadishwara. धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान. The 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Sargapura Sarna Pita Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru. The Jagat Guru of Adipita Sarvajna Pita in the lineage of Kailasa. Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Shrimad Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Varya Sachidananda Pranava Swarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Shrimad Jagadguru Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham, who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyasis and Parivrajakas, and the embodiment of the pure truth, consciousness and bliss, the embodiment of the sacred syllable Om, the knower of the Vedas, the one who is established in superconsciousness. Tesham Padara Vindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartham Guru Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartham Shema Stairya Virya Vijaya Ayura Rogya Aishwarya Nama Abhivrithyatam Dharmartha Kama Moksha Chaturvidha Phala Purushartha Siddhyartham Samasta Duritopashantyartham Samasta Mangala Vaptyartham Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prasadena Sakutumbasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartham Cha Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nityananda Paramashivasya Dhyana Shodasopachara Sarvopachara Archanaradhana Pujam Prarthanam Karishye. Om Ananda Gandhalayaya Namaha. Om Bhavaroga Beshajaya Namaha. Om Kalpatarave Namaha. Om Pashupataye Namaha. Om Pashavimochakaya Namaha. Om Ipsita Paladayakaya Namaha. Om Bhagyavritti Parivartakaya Namaha. Om Adhivyadi Vinashakaya Namaha. Om Samasta Kalyana Gunanvitaya Namaha. Om Vidadi Purishaya Namaha. Om Shri Kailasapataye Namaha. Om Shiva Shakti Swarupaya Namaha. Om Hrim Nityanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamine Namaha.
Om Nityanandam.
Let us now meditate upon the form of Devi Parashakti through the Parashakti Dhyana Shlokam, the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shlokam.
Sindhuraruna Vigraham Trinayana Manikya Mauli Spurat Taranayaka Shekharam Smritamukhi Mapina Bhakshoruham Panibhyamalipurna Ratna Chashakam Raktodbalam Vibhrati Saumyam Ratna Gadastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam.
The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eye sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon. Her face full of all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jeweled cup brimming with mead, and the other hand twirling a red lotus.
Arunam Karunan Tarangitachim Dhrita Pashankusha Pushpabhana Chapam Animadi Biravrita Mayukairahamityeva Vipavaye Bhavani.
I meditate on the great empress. She is in red color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and she holds a noose and goad, the bow and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by the powers such as animas, forays, and she is the self within me.
Dhyayet Padmasanastam Vikasita Vadanam Padmapatraya Dhakshin Hemam Pampitavastram Karakalitala Satyema Padmambarangi Sarvalankara Yuktam Satatama Bhayadam Bhaktanamram Bhavani Shri Vidyam Shantamurtim Sakala Suranutam Sarva Sampat Pradatri.
The divine goddess is to be meditated upon as seated on the lotus with petal eyes. She is golden hued and has lotus flowers in her hand. She dispels the fear of the devotees who bow down before her. She is the embodiment of peace, knowledge, and is praised by gods and grants every kind of wealth wished for.
Sakunkuma Vilepana Malika Chumbi Kasturikam Samantahasitekshanam Sasharachapa Pashankusham Ashesha Janamohini Marunamalya Bhushambaram Japa Kusuma Bhasuram Japa Vidau Smaredambikam. I meditate on the mother whose eyes are smiling and holds the arrow and bow and nose and the gourd in her divine hand. She is glittering with the red garlands and ornaments. She is painted with kumkuma on her forehead and is red and tender like the japa flower. I meditate on the mother whose eyes are ever smiling. Now, same space. Let us all get ready to receive the divine cosmic mother. We are going to be having the live darshan of Devi Parashakti herself through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhan, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashiva. And just a few more minutes before we have the live darshan, and just wanted to remind all of you before we enter into the meditation, you can ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. Place your prayer requests, ask for boons. You can comment in the YouTube live right now. And you can go and tweet along with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, and tag Swamiji's official Twitter handle, which is @ShriNityananda. You can tag that and you can post your questions. You can also post your questions on Instagram on the topmost post, and also post your questions on the Facebook live comment section.
And you can also ask on WhatsApp with kailasa.org. You can visit kailasa.org, our official website. And you will see to the bottom left of the page, you will see a WhatsApp icon. And if you click on that, you will be able to submit your questions as well. So totally we have 5 platforms in which you can ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. It can be on WhatsApp, it can be on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. So these 5 are the platforms through which you can ask questions to Devi PARASHAKTI. You can ask any questions, beginning right from guidance for your personal life, your past, present, future, or you have a particular question on what kind of career you should take, or any question that you want, you can ask. Or if you have questions related to global issues, say how to eradicate this whole climate change crisis, or how to eradicate poverty, or how you can prevent the ocean pollution, any question that you have, even questions related to COVID crisis, even questions related to pandemic, natural calamities, you can ask the question to the cosmic mother, because in the end, she is the Prakriti. She is the Tattva that creates everything. It is in her Hiranya Garbha, the cosmic womb, that the universe is generated, and she herself has descended as Swamiji, and she herself is attending to each and every one of us.
Now, we shall enter into the space of meditation. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in, breathe out deep and slow. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant. Okay. Deep space of gratitude.
Continue in a deep meditative state. Just a few more minutes. We are going to be having the darshan, the divine cosmic mother herself. Continue to be in the deep, restful awareness and a deep meditative state, chanting the MAHAMARI. Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Chant. Center your complete awareness into your Ananda Ganga, your being center, the region between your navel center and your heart center. Meditate upon the form of Devi PARASHAKTI as she manifests through the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Meditate upon her form as she is seated in the lotus of your heart, in the lotus of your Ananda Ganga. Just a few more minutes, we are going to be having the live darshan of Devi PARASHAKTI manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff, the Nija Avatar, Supreme Pontiff, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda. Anything you want, any karma system, everything just going to, whatever karma system is going to get, anything you want is going to manifest. Your prayers are going to be answered by the cosmic self. So the head, neck and spine in a straight line and continue to be in the space of a meditation. Just relax inside. Unclutch from everything. Do not create a thought. Do not sustain a thought. Do not destroy. Just unclutch from it. Just witness it. Continue to do the same space. Just ready to see. See that immense gratitude is happening inside you. Gratitude because the cosmic mother herself is coming down for you. Just enjoy them. See how every pore of you is just manifesting that bliss. The deep bliss that's happening the moment your being knows that the cosmic mother herself is coming face and blessing. She is coming down to answer your prayers. Continuously sit that same deep meditative state. Just unclutch from everything. Each thought of yours is disconnected, like the bubbles in the fish tank. Just witness thoughts. Do not clutch them. Just be in the same space, touching. Relax yourself from any restlessness, any distraction.
Let your whole awareness, bring your whole awareness into your being center, into your Anandagandha, meditating upon the form of Devi PARASHAKTI as she manifests through the Nija Avatara of Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Parameshwar. Let your whole being, let your whole inner space resound and resonate with the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Please have your eyes closed. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda
please take some sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it to Devi PARASHAKTI along with the mantra. Om Gandhadvarandurandarsha Nityapushtankarishini Ishwari Gum Sarvabhutanam Tamihopahvaye Shriyam Gandhan Dharayami. Now please take some flowers, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer the flowers to Devi PARASHAKTI along with the mantra. Yopam pushpam veda pushpavan prajavan pashuman bhavati chandrama vapam pushpam pushpavan prajavan pashuman bhavati yaevam veda yopamayatanam veda ayatanavan bhavati pushpai pujayami. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi PARASHAKTI along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhurasi dhurvadurantam dhurvatayyo osman dhurvatitam dhurvayam vayam dhurvamastam devanamasi sasnitamam pappitamam jushtatamam vannitamam devahutamam ritamasir haverdanam trigummasvamatva amitrasya tva chakshusha prekshe ma bherma sambikta ma tvahigum sisham dhupamagrapayami. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi PARASHAKTI along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Uddipya sajata vedopagnitam mama pashugascha mahimavaha jivanam chadisho disha mano higum sijata vedo gamashvam purusham jagat abhibradagnaagahi shriyama paripataya Deepam darshayami. Now, please take udharni of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water to Devi PARASHAKTI along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om madhuvatartayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha madhvina santoshadhihi madhuna samutoshasi madhumatparthiva gumrajaha madhudyorastana pita madhumano vanaspatir madhumagummastu suryaha madhvirgavo bhavantu naha madhu 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 naivedyam nivedayami. Now please take the arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi PARASHAKTI along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Rajadirajaya Prasanya Sahine Namo Vayam Vaishavanaya Kurmahe Same Kamang Kamakamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaishavano Dadatu Kuberaya Vaishavanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsara Saram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Karpura Niranjanam Darshayami. Same space. Get ready to receive the darshan of the divine cosmic mother, Devi PARASHAKTI herself.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, Let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly. Please open your eyes.
அண்டமெல்லாம் பூத்தாளை மாதுளம் பூ நிறத்தாளை புவியடங்க காத்தாளை அங்கையர் பாசாங்குசம் கரும்பு வில்லும் அங்கை சேர்த்தாளை முக்கண்ணியை தொழுவார்க்கும் ஒரு தீங்கும் இல்லையே தேவி கருமாரி அம்மனை தொழுவார்க்கும் ஒரு தீங்கும் இல்லையே செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி நில்லாத்தா கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாட்டா இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா அம்மா சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா தாயே சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா செல்லாத்தா செல்ல மாரியாத்தா எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரை வினாடி நில்லாத்தா ஆசை தீர உன் அழகை பார்த்து மாரியாத்தா வந்த பாசத்தோடு வந்தேன் அடி தாய மாரியாத்தா ஆசை தீர உன் அழகை பார்த்து மாரியாத்தா வந்த பாசத்தோடு வந்தேன் அடி தாய மாரியாத்தா பொன்னு பொருளும் தந்தருள்வாய் கருமாரியாத்தா பொன்னு பொருளும் தந்தருள்வாய் கருமாரியாத்தா என்னை புகழோடு வைத்திடுவாய் ஆதி சக்தி மாதா என்னை புகழோடு வைத்திடுவாய் ஆதி சக்தி மாதா அம்மா அம்மா தென்னை மரத்தோப்பினிலே தேங்காய பறிச்சுக்கிட்டு தென்னை மரத்தோப்பினிலே தேங்காய பறிச்சுக்கிட்டு தேடி வந்த முந்தனையே சின்னாத்தா நாங்க தேடி வந்த முந்தனையே சின்னாத்தா நீ இளநீரை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு எங்க குறை கேட்டுக்கிட்டு இளநீரை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு எங்க குறை கேட்டுக்கிட்டு வளமான வாழ்வு கொடு மாரியாத்தா நல்ல வழிதனையே காட்டி விடு மாரியாத்தா இந்த பெருமையை இந்த உலகுக்கு எடுத்து பாடாட்டா இந்த ஜென்மம் எடுத்து என்ன பயன் என்று சொல்லடி நீயாத்தா ஆயிரம் கண்ணுடையவளே செல்லாத்தா மக்களை ஆதரிக்க வேண்டுமடி செல்லாத்தா ஆயிரம் கண்ணுடையவளே செல்லாத்தா மக்களை ஆதரிக்க வேண்டுமடி செல்லாத்தா திரிசூலமுடன் வீற்றிருக்கும் செல்லாத்தா திரிசூலமுடன் வீற்றிருக்கும் செல்லாத்தா பாமாலை உனக்கு பாடிடுவேன் செல்லாத்தா பாமாலை உனக்கு பாடிடுவேன் செல்லாத்தா பசும்பால கறந்துக்கிட்டு கறந்த பாலை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு பசும்பால கறந்துக்கிட்டு கறந்த பாலை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு புற்றினிலே ஊற்ற வந்தோம் மாரியாத்தா நாங்க பக்தியுடன் ஊற்ற வந்தோம் மாரியாத்தா நீ பாம்பாக மாறி அம்மா தாயே கருமாரி அருள் புரிவாயே சுகுமாரி 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 பாம்பாக மாறி அதை பாங்காக குடித்து விட்டு தானாக ஆடிவா நீ மாரியாத்தா நீ தானாக ஆடிவா நீ மாரியாத்தா இந்த பெருமையை இந்த உலகுக்கு எடுத்து பாடா எங்கள் சிந்தையில் வந்து அரைவினாடில்லாத்தா கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாத்தா கண்ணாத்தா உன்னை காணாத்தா சக்தி மாதா கருமாரி மாதா எங்களாதி சக்தி மாதா கருமாதா எங்களாதி சக்தி மாதா கருமாரி மாதா
தானம் தத்தானம் தகனம் தத்தகனம் தத்தகனம் ததகனம் தனம் 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 தானம் தத்தானம் தகனம் தத்தகனம் தத்தகனம் ததகனம் தனம் 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 தத்தானம் தத்தகனம் தத்தகனம் ததகனம் தனம் 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 கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் மயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை 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 கண் பாராய் கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் மயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் பாராய் பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கூட்டும் இசையும் கூட்டின் முறையும் காட்டும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ கூட்டும் இசையும் கூட்டின் முறையும் காட்டும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே என் இசை நின்றால் அடங்கும் உலகே நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே நாம் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா ஆடவாயனோடு பாட வந்தவனின் பாடுவாய இனி மூட வந்ததொரு பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கத்திகம் திகதிகம் திகதி தனி தபதி தனி 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 தப மகரி சமகரி பமகர பமகரி மக பமர பமதனிதா झुमक झुमक जन झुमक जन झुमक झुमक दिंधा दिंधा आ झुमक झुमक दिंधा इंदा सगरी सगरी दरी ददा दरी दरी दब मामा दरी दरी कतपनि तकत जन तले दिन तंग गिरदगा गरी मगरी तारिगा tajam tajam tarigada nidarigama dum tarigada garizam tarigada parani girigada sagari magada baba mada baba mada baba mani dasani sagari magadi kali danizam sagari dani 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 rigam mada baba baba dani 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 magadi pama giriga dani 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 baba உபாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கியம் எனக்கு மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும் அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா நீ வாசம் அடிக்கும் ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம்பாடியம்மா ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம்பாடியம்மா ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா
அருணாருணாகரங்கிதாட்சீம் धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् मणिपादिभिरावृताम् मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावदे भवानीम् ध्यायेत् पद्मासनस्थान्
पाटेडिते ताळम् ओम ओम ஓம் ஓங்கார மூலத்துயர் ஆனந்த ஸ்வரூபிணி இருப்பிற்கும் பிறப்பிற்கும் கடந்த இருப்பும் பிறப்பும் இருக்கும் மூலமாகிய உள்ளத்துள் உள்ள ஒன்னா உள்ளதை உயிராய் உணர்ந்து உயிராய் நிறைந்து உயிர் ஓவியத்தால் உத்தமர்கள் சித்தர்கள் உயிரில் கண்டுணரும் உச்சிக்கு கீழே உன் நாக்குக்கு மேலே வச்ச தீபமாம் முக்கன் வடிவில் அச்சிறு பிள்ளை அன்னை வாலாயாய் பாலா திரிபுர சுந்தரியாய் பக்குவமாய் திகழ்ந்து அக்ஷரங்கள் 54 உயிர் மெய் எழுத்துக்கள் சாரமாய் நின்று பக்குவமாம் உயர் ஞான சப்தங்கள் 16 வடிவாய் பரமசிவஸ்வரூபமாய் திகழும் பரமேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்த வடிவம் கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் மலர்ந்து இங்கு வந்துதித்தேன். கேளுங்கள். வரம் வேண்டும் அன்பர்களும் வருந்தி வாழ்வு பாரஞ்சுமந்து நொந்து தீர்வு வேண்டும் மக்களோடு வாழ்வில் திருப்பம் வேண்டும் என நினைக்கும் எல்லோரும் வாருங்கள். பரமேஸ்வரி பக்குவமாய் அருளும் சக்தியோடு புக்தியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் வரமும் பெற்று வாழ்வாங்கு வாழ்ந்திடுங்கள். கயிலையின் கல்பதரு பரமேஸ்வரி வந்துதித்தேன். கேட்டவர்க்கு கேட்டபடியும் கேட்டதின் மிகுமையும் நன்மை தரவே வந்தோம். உண்மை சொல்லவே வந்தோம். உமையாள் வந்துதித்தோம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
வந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் நாயங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் நாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளே காதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளே காதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. கொல்லூரு குங்குமோ கோபத்தை காட்டவே ஆத்தா செவந்தபடி மாறாடே. வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து மாறாடே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே கொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. எல்லை விட்டு ஓடுங்களே. மரத்தடி பூச நடக்குது வேதவல்லி வரசேரி பம்ப சொல்லுது. வேப்ப மரத்தடி பூச நடக்குது வேதவல்லி வரசேரி பம்ப சொல்லுது. பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகளை ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகளை ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. வெப்ப இலையிலே கத்தி போலவே அத்தா இருக்கிறா தெரியலையா. பாடி காத்திலே ஏறி வருகிறா கொல்லாமாயமே ஓடலையா. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே கொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. பாராம ஓடுங்களே. தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. காலம் காலமா காக்கும் தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. பாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. பாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. நெத்தி மணந்திட சுட்ட சாம்பலா சக்தி இருக்கிறா தெரியலையா. பட்ட குங்குமம் தீயாய் வருகுதே கொல்லாமாயமே போகலையா. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க வந்தால் சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே, சொல்ல தரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு சேவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளை காதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. கொல்லூரு குங்குமம் கோபத்தை காட்டவே ஆத்தா சேவந்தபடி வாராளே. வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து வாராளே. சமயபுரத்து கதவு திறக்க சிங்கம் ஒண்ணு பிடரி சிலிர்க்க கருவறை விட்டு தேவி அம்மா வாராளே. அக்னி ஜுவாலை கண்ணி மிதக்க உடுக்கை சத்தம் காற்றில் பறக்க கோமளவல்லி கோபம் கொண்டு கோட்டை விட்டு வாராளே.
ஓம் 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 சங்கவாசினி ஆனந்தா ததாஸ்து. Go to Adi Kailasa. It is time to revive yourself. Joaquin Joseph Tatastu. When I ordain, I sustain. Go. Om. Mohini Dev. Practice the samyama of Swarajya Shakti Samadhi for 11 days and come back. I'll give you the spiritual name and initiation. Go.
மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாட்சி.
ஓம் 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 ராணி ஐயர் ததாஸ்து. வினித் புலவராயர் ததாஸ்து. கிரண் வாஹா ததாஸ்து. யோகஞான ரூபிணி ததாஸ்து. ஹரிகிருஷ்ணன் சொக்கலிங்கம் ததாஸ்து. அனில் கொள்தூர் ஆகட்டும் ததாஸ்து.
மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாட்சி. மாநகர் காஞ்சியிலே காமாட்சி. மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாட்சி.
ஷாமளாதேவி ராமசாமி. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், பார்த்துக் கொள்கிறேன் போ. உமாமகேஸ்வரி. கவலை வேண்டாம் போ, பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுகின்றேன். ராஜேஸ்வரி ரமணேயா. முறையாய் சாம்ராஜ்ய சித்தி சமாதி செய்து சம்யமத்தை கடைபிடிக்கச் சொல் உன் மகனை. செய்ய வேண்டியதைச் செய்கின்றேன். இல்லையேல் அவன் வாழ்க்கை அவன் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளட்டும் போ. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே.
சுதா தண்டபாணி. வேலை விட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. என்றென்றும் பரமசிவன் வேலையே உன் வேலை என்று உணர்ந்து உன் வேலையையும் தொடர்ந்து செய். உன் வேலையையும் நானே பார்த்து என் வேலையையும் நீ பார்க்க வைத்து இருவேலையையும் நாமே நடத்துகின்றோம். எவ்வேலையும் துறக்க வேண்டாம். போ.
முத்துப்பிள்ளை முகம் துளைத்து அதை தத்தெடுத்து தாங்குவது மகமாயி. பாசம் காட்டியே பாலை ஊட்டவே வானில் வருகிற காய் நிலவே. மேக பஞ்சிலே மழையின் நூலிலே மண்ணை வளமாக்கும் மாமையிலே. பொம்மலாட்டம் தான் இந்த வாழ்க்கையே பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தியின் அருள் பரம். தங்கட தங்கட தோம் தங்கட தங்கட தீந்தலாங்கு தக்க திமி தத்தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கட தோம் திங்கட திங்கட தீந்தக்க திமி தக்க தித்தி தத்தோம் தத்தோம். சக்தி என்று சரணடையும் அந்த சித்த சக்தி பூவிழிக்குள் அருள் மணக்கும். சந்தான மணக்குது சாந்த ஜொலிக்குது சக்தி வழிபாட்டு மன்றத்திலே. வேம்பு இனிக்குது வேதம் ஒலிக்குது அம்மன் கோயில் வாசலிலே. பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். Patricia Bamburi. Remember this one truth, you are conscious being. Om. Om. Om, 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 Asta Chavla, Tatast, Kavida Batra, Tatast, Shanti Anjali. Keep my form in this PARASHAKTI's manifestation. With Krishna Balaram, I'll protect him. I'll heal him. Om, Om. Jnana Sukadharmini Tatastu. Go.
அழகிய மயிலே மழை தரும் முகிலே என் பாண்டி தேவியே மரகத குயிலே மதுரையின் தமிழே மீனாட்சி தேவியே பச்சை பசுங்கிளியே கொஞ்சம் குழல் மொழியே நெஞ்சின் நினைவலையே மிஞ்சும் சுவையமுதே ஆடும் ஈசன் சூடும் பூவே வருவாய் எங்கள் தாயே அருள்வாய் என்றும் நீயே ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம்.
Om Supriya Maurya Tatast. You will have my darshan before the next sunrise. Om. 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 Hemavati Uma Maheshwar Tatast. Mahashakti Ananda. Intensely manifest conscious sovereignty samyama and then come back and ask me for boon. Your cunning mind only negotiates, never receives. Drop the negotiation pattern and cunningness. Surrender to conscious sovereignty and come back. Then I'll give you your right and what is cosmically right. Om Harilina Shri. Make your son to do Shri Vidya Puja. Then I'll give him all the right என் கேடில் புகழை கேடு செய்யாது உனக்கு கேடு வராததை மட்டும் அளிப்பேன் போ. Nitya Sangalpitan, உலகத்தில் உனக்கிருக்கும் ஒரே கடன் என் உருவாய் உன் குடும்பத்தில் அவதரித்திருக்கும் என்னை என்னிடம் கொண்டு வந்து சேர்த்து இருக்கச் செய்து நானே மலர்ந்திட நல்வழி செய்வது ஒன்றே. மற்ற எக்கடனும் உனக்கில்லை, கவலை வேண்டாம். மற்ற எல்லா கடனும் தானாய் கழிந்து போகும். உலகிற்கு நீ வந்த ஒரே கடன் உத்தமி ஸ்கந்தமாதா என்னுள் உறைந்து நானாய் மலர்ந்திட நல்வழி செய்து தடையலாம் விலக்கி நல் தந்தையாயிருப்பதே. அதைச் செய்போதும் மற்றதெல்லாம் நாம் செய்வோம். நல்லதே அளிப்போம். உன் குடும்பத்திற்கும் குடும்பத்தின் மூலம் உலகிற்கும் உற்ற பெறும் நன்மையாய் வந்துற்றவள் ஸ்கந்தமாதா. அவள் மலர குடும்பம் மலரும், குலம் மலரும், குவலயம் மலரும். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது, மாரியம்மானி வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே நெஞ்சம் இணைக்குது, அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது, அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே. மஞ்சள் மணக்குது, குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது, மாரியம்மானி வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே நெஞ்சம் கிணிக்குது, அங்கம் சிலுக்குது, அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே. சந்தன முடி மீது அம்மானி இறங்கு, பச்சப்புள்ள வேணியிலே பாம்பழகி இறங்கு.
ஓம் ஹெமக்கேஷா ஆறுமுகம் ததாஸ்து. உனை காக்கின்றேன், கவலை வேண்டாம் போ. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
சந்தன முடி மீது அம்மானி இறங்கு, பச்சப்புள்ள வேணியிலே பாம்பழகி இறங்கு, அச்சுதனின் பேரை சொல்லி ஆனந்தமா இறங்கு, இச்சையுடன் அருள்வாக்கு வாரி வாரி வழங்கு. மாரியம்மா, காளியம்மா, சூலியம்மா, நீலியம்மா, பச்சையம்மா, எல்லையம்மா, துளுக்கானத்தம்மா. மாரியம்மா, காளியம்மா, சூலியம்மா, நீலியம்மா, பச்சையம்மா, எல்லையம்மா, துளுக்கானத்தம்மா. மஞ்சள் மணக்குது, குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது, மாரியம்மா நீ வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே நஞ்சம் கிணிக்குது, அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது, அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே.
ஓம் டொரைன் முதலியார் சாந்த சக்தினி is your spiritual name. Go.
சந்தனம் மணக்குது, சாம்பிராணி மணக்குது, சங்கரி மலையரசி வரும் போதிலே கற்பூரம் மணக்குது, வெற்றிலையும் மணக்குது, கருமாறி நீ ஆடி வரும் போதிலே. நல்ல குறி சொல்ல வந்த நாகமுத்துவாரி, பிள்ளைகளை காத்திடமா பாளையத்துக்காரி, உள்ளமெனும்
Om Gatyayani Krishna. Who needs healing need to come and surrender to Devi. Bring them and ask for healing. I will save. Go. Om Sangeeta Tatastu.
கண்ணியம்மா செல்லியம்மா செல்லாத்தம்மா நாகாத்தம்மா மேகாத்தம்மா கருகாத்தம்மா புண்ணியம்மா.
ஹரிகிருஷ்ணன் சொக்கலிங்கம். ததாஸ்து. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். நாம் இருக்கும் அகம் உனை அகத்துள்ளே ஆனந்தத்தோடு வைத்திருப்போம். அயலார்க்கு விட்டு கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். அஞ்சாதே போ. தீபா பிரபாகரன். உடல் வலி உள்ளோரை வரச் சொல், கொடுக்கின்றேன் வரம். இது கடையில் கிடைக்கும் பொருள் அல்ல, நீ கொண்டு சென்று அவர்க்கு அளித்திட. வேண்டுவோரை வரச் சொல்.
மஞ்சளிலே காப்பு கட்டி மாவிலையில் தோரணம் கட்டி பம்பை உடுக்கை ஓசை கொட்டி பதிபோட்டு குறி கேட்டோம்.
ஓம் பரமேஸ்வரி கிருஷ்ணன். ததாஸ்து. சுனீதிகானந்தா ரமேஷ். ததாஸ்து. வெரோனிகா பேயர். ததாஸ்து.
உடுக்க சத்தம் உன் ஆலயத்தில் ஒழிக்குதம்மா. ஆடி வாசம் பொங்கலக எங்க வீடு தேடி வந்ததம்மா. அதில் மாரியாத்தா விளையாடும் மருளாட்டம் தெரிந்ததம்மா. மாரியாத்தா முத்து மாரியாத்தா நீ அருளாடி குறி சொல்ல வாடியாத்தா.
ஓம் அனுப்கே. ததாஸ்து. ஓம்
மாரியாத்தா நீ கலகலன்னு ஓடிவாணி மாரியாத்தா. சமய ஊரத்தானே மாரியாத்தா. சர்வ வடிவெடுத்து ஆடிவாடி மாரியாத்தா. தாயே எல்லையிலே அமர்ந்தவளே மாரியாத்தா. அங்கு எருமைகளா காவு கொண்டா மாரியாத்தா. முக்கோண சக்கரத்தில் மாரியாத்தா.
ஓம் குயின்ஹாங். ததாஸ்து. மகாஜனனி. ததாஸ்து. யாங்ஷாசி. ததாஸ்து. ஓம் ஓங்காரிணி. ததாஸ்து. ஜாங்லிங்சி. ததாஸ்து. நித்ய காவ்யகலானந்தா. ததாஸ்து. யோக சரஸ்வதி. ததாஸ்து. ஓம்
வேப்பிலைக்கு உள்ளிருக்கும் மாரியாத்தா. அவன் வேப்பஞ்சேலை கட்டி வர மாரியாத்தா. குங்குமத்தில் குடியிருக்கும் மாரியாத்தா. அவன் பொக்கரிக்கு ஓடி வர மாரியாத்தா. பெற்றவனே பெரியவனே மாரியாத்தா. எங்க பேர் விளங்க வைத்தவனே மாரியாத்தா. உத்த துணை யாரும் இல்லை மாரியாத்தா. உன் அருள் தேடி ஓடி வந்தேன் மாரியாத்தா. போட்ட முத்த தான் எடுக்க மாரியாத்தா. அவ பொக்கரகு ஏந்தி வர மாரியாத்தா. வெள்ளி பீரம்.
ஓம் தின்னரசி கோவிந்தன். ததாஸ்து. அளிக்கின்றேன் ஆன்ம முக்தி. போய் வா. பார்பி பார். யோகமயன் is your spiritual name. Go. Gita Devi. Tatastu. Nityananda Prajna. Tatastu. I will save Steve. Don't worry. Go. Shanmuha. Shanmuha. Tatastu. I'll protect your mother and heal. Go.
பிரம்பு பிறந்ததடி மாரியாத்தா. அது பிச்சாண்டி சன்னதியில் மாரியாத்தா. உன்
Niranjan Pandey, Tatasthu. I will protect and heal my son Nityeshwar. Go. Om. Sindhu Charan, Tatasthu. Tatasthu, Mashwang Tatasthu, Ninghu Chen Tatasthu, Edmund Chan Tatasthu, Leo Ning Tatasthu.
அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே, அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே, ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே, ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே, எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே, என் இசை நின்றார் அழகும் உலகே. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலம் எல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலம் எல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. ஆலாயிரொரு பாட வந்தவனி பாடுவாயை மூட வந்ததொரு பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே, பாடும் உண்மை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே, பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே. సిరుల శ్రీలక్ష్మి పూజ తిలకించవే,
Om 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 Sri Nitya Parvati Priyananda. I have protected you from the death, protected you from COVID. Be extremely cautious. Do not allow again getting infected. Protect yourself with extreme cautiousness. Go. Om Ramanathan Jayaraman Tatastu. Jatashaktikananda Tatastu. Brian Huang Tatastu. Ma Paramesha Tatastu. Ma Anandini Tatastu.
கோயில் கொண்ட குங்குமகாரி
Yogeshwari Rajagopal Tatastu. Raji Krishnan Tatastu. Kausalya Ramu Tatastu. Om 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 Mayadas Tatastu. Sujata Krishnamurti Tatastu. Sundar Sundar Tatastu. Praveena Surya Tatastu. Go.
ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே அம்மா மதுரை மீனாட்சி அருள்வாய் காஞ்சி காமாட்சி அன்பாய் என்னை ஆதரித்து அல்லல் போக்கும் என் தாயே அன்னை தேவி பராசக்தி என்னை படைத்தது உன் சக்தி வாழ்வை தந்து வளம் தந்து வாழ்க்கை கடலில் கரையேற்று ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே கலியுகம் காக்கும் கண்மணியே கண்களில் இருக்கும் கருமணியே நீ வாழும் எங்கள் ஆலயத்தில் வந்தவர்க்கெல்லாம் வளம் பெறுமே ஓங்கார பொருள் நீதானே உலகம் என்பதும் நீதானே காணும் இயற்கை காட்சிகளும் காற்றும் மழையும் நீதானே அம்மா தாயே உன்னை வேண்டி அழுதிடும் என்னை தாலாட்டி அன்புடன் ஞானம் பாழூட்டி அகத்தின் இருளை போக்கிடுவாய் உலக கோயில் உன் கோவில் உயரும் மூச்சும் உன் வடிவம் பேச்சும் செயலும் உன் செயலே பெருகட்டும் உந்தன் பேரரும்
ஓம் 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 பூதேஸ்வரானந்த ததாஸ்து. சுவாமி சார்லஸ் ஜோசப் ததாஸ்து. ரம்யா கணேஷ், you don't need anything else, anybody else other than me. Om Lee Kim Har Tatast, you will be healed. Om
ಸಿಂಹಮುಗತ್ತಿನಿ ಕಣ್ಣನಿರತ್ತಿನಿ ಮಂದಿರನತ್ತಿನಿ ತುಂಬನಿಮತ್ತಿನಿ ಮಾಯಿನಿ ಘೋರ ರೂಪಿಣಿ ತಾಯಿ ಮನಮೋಳಿದುಂ ಕಾಲೆ ಕುಂಬನಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನರಸಿಂಹ ಕೋಪಂ ತಣಿத்த காரணியம்மா கருணையின் பூரணி மாலினி திரிசூலினி 14 லோக பரிபாலனி சாமி நம்மா பிரத்யங்கிரா பேச்சும் நீ உயிர் மூச்சும் நீ சிவாயினி எங்கள் சிந்தாமணி யுக ஸ்வரூபிணி நிரந்தரணி ஆபத்தை காக்கும் தேவினி ஜென்ம பாவத்தை தீர்க்கும் நிவாரணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ணனிரத்தினி மந்திரனத்தினி தும்பனிமத்தினி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி முகத்தினி அழி தரும் கரத்தினி சத்ருகுல நாசினி பைரவனின் பத்தினி ராஜசிம்ம வாகினி நீயே சங்கு சக்கர தாரிணி தாயே முக்திதாயினி அம்மா கௌலினி திங்கிணி யார வாணி கல்யாணி அனங்கினி அம்மா ஆவேச காளினி ஆயிரம் சூரிய பிரகாசினி சர்வமங்கள சண்டி துகேசினி விந்தியாச்சல வாசினி சிறினி பிரத்யங்கிரா சாமி வடிவில் அருள்வாக்கு சொல்லும் சர்வேசினி நிவர்த்தி பூஜைகள் செய்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிம்மதி தருகிற சாந்தினி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ணனிரத்தினி மந்திரனத்தினி தும்பனிமத்தினி சூட்சுமகாரிணி சூத்திரதாரிணி ஜனனியொரு காணி பவதாரணி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி
ஓம் பிரபாகரன் என்எஸ், உன் மகனை உருப்படியாய் தினந்தோறும் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரர்க்கு ருத்ராபிஷேகம் செய்யவை. பிறகு வழியும் சொல்லுகின்றேன், வழியும் காட்டுகின்றேன். சக்திகள் அளிக்கின்றேன், சத்தியம் சொல்லுகின்றேன். போய் வா. ஓம் கவிதாராம சுப்பிரமணியம். ததாஸ்து. மகன் மகேஸ்வரனை காக்கின்றேன். போ.
வினோதினி எதிரி அழிக்கும் சம்ஹாரிணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ணனி ரத்தினி மந்திர நர்த்தினி கும்பனி மர்த்தினி அங்கணி அமானி அதர்வணி தாயே அனந்தினி நாகினி சொர்ண பௌர்ணமினி இனி கிளி கிண்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி 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 ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். லிசா ஈசான சிவசக்தி. ததாஸ்து. ஓம் ஓம்.
நியம சங்கடம் நீக்கும் சஞ்சீவ கரணி பெண்ணினம் காக்கும் கண்மணி தாய் கண்மணி தூங்கா மின்மினி மலர் போல் விதய மங்களனி நீ மக்களை காக்கும் சந்தோஷினி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ணனி ரத்தினி மந்திர நர்த்தினி குந்தனி வர்த்தினி ரதனி யுக யுக கர்மமி எங்கள் சுடர்மணி தாயே சூடாமணி கிணி கிணி கிண்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி 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 ஓப்பன் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். அனைவர்க்கும் ஆனந்தமும் அருளும் பொழிந்து புண்ணிய ஞானமும் யோகமும் வீரத்தொடு விவேகமும் சக்தியும் மங்களமும் சங்கடங்கள் தீர்த்து சங்கரி நன்மையாய்ச் செய்தோம் உண்மையாய்ச் செய்தோம். தரிசனம் கண்டோர்க்கு நன்மை, கேட்டோர்க்கும் நன்மை, பெற்ற வரமெல்லாம் மங்களம் ஆகிடும். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஆனந்தமாயிருங்கள். ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓம்.
சொர்க்கபுரி சுகவாணியே மாதுளையே சொக்கனுடல் சரி பாதியே கைகை நதி நீ என்று நெஞ்சில் வெள்ளம் மோதுதே தென்மதுரை சிவகாமியே தாமரையே தெள்ளு தமிழ் கவி தோணுதே மலரே அழகே நடுவூர் கருவறை உரைபவளே நவமணியே வளர்மதியே அமுதே அடியார் திருவருள் உமையவளே மத்தியபுரி தாயென்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி சுகவாணியே மாதுளையே சொக்கனுடல் சரி பாதியே தரும் சிவனோடு நீ இங்கு வாராயோ நிழலென துணை வரும் உனதருள் என விடுமா அனலென சுடுமனம் பனிபடும் நிலை வருமா உனது பாதமடி எனது கீதமடி தினமும் பாடி பாடி நானும் உருகிட வருவாய் நடுவூர் அன்னை இங்கு நீயே மத்தியபுரி தாயென்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி
guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattvamasya Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures: no photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions: please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Station. Beautifully, Bhagavan described what is power manifestation. It is a cognitive shift, what we understand as body and mind, to the superconscious space, conscious sovereignty, Paramashiva, as we are. the original state of us. It's a science because it is repeatable and each one of us can experience it. And the evidences are listed here, how millions of the humans have experienced the superconscious breakthrough. The science of our manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural evidences, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, Vedas, and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas. Millions of them are authority of Hinduism who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of our manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how a human can have a superconscious breakthrough when he has a cognitive shift. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of devotees, disciples, followers all around the world initiated by Bhagavan into the science of our manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Such a beautiful space of thoughtlessness simply arises into us as reality when we are in the oneness with Paramashiva, when we entangle with Bhagavan. Bhagavan has beautifully said, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I myself will manifest through each one of them, having the superconscious breakthrough as auspiciousness and abundance. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas. Here, the Shastra Pramana for Sarvajñatva from Sarvajñatva Agama, verse 15.
Shastra Pramana for the power of quantum memory is taken from the Sarvajñanottara Agama, verse 15. Evamegatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. Evamegatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu.
Parameshwara beautifully says, within such a yogi who established himself in the absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva, Parameshiva, and who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power, superpower of all-knowing Sarvajñatva gets unfolded in all its fullness. Beautifully, Bhagavan says that he keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, all the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, continuously keeping us to the ground that we are human, the delusion that we go through. If we drop that, simply we can experience the higher reality, whether it is Vivekananda or Ramakrishna Paramhamsa or Ramana Maharshi or Mahapariva, all of them and Bhagavan, who can just download tons of books in just few seconds. How did they manage to get the higher intelligence as their reality? Mahapariva, he was able to master 18 languages and he had never been to school, and all of them have never been to the school in a proper educated way. But all of them were able to grasp the higher intelligence, how the intelligence simply happens in them. Cosmos is a feedback system. How we search in a Google and it gives a feedback. Same way, Bhagavan beautifully says how we search our inner space and we can experience the oneness. We will start manifesting Paramashiva as our reality. It's a feedback. More and more data comes in when we start searching for the right thing. Bhagavan beautifully says somebody loses a coin in the house and searches outside because the light is there available. But the light might be there, the coin is inside. That is what we're doing the whole life. And the very purpose of our life to experience the superconscious breakthrough, the Paramashiva space in us is forgotten and we are searching for something outside. Bhagavan beautifully says that there is nothing for us to do, nothing to change in us or nothing to change in the world. All we need to look in, who is that who is changing, and we can experience the greater oneness. Mind simply listens to whoever starts commanding it as a reality. When we are able to command our mind, we can command anything Bhagavan says. simply all the auspiciousness and abundance starts manifesting as our reality. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully gives us the pramanas for us to understand the greater science. Here, this is from the Bogar's website, how Bogar was the greatest Siddhar. He made even the cats recite the Vedas, and he himself walked towards the China and started the Taoism. That is the relation, how he has moved into that. Even Jacob, he was Sri Ramadeva Siddhar, who moved into the Middle East and was able to speak in the Middle East languages, and he taught them all the herbs and everything. Even today, he's number of all the records, that herbs and solutions, he has the most number of records. All of them were able to, the Siddhas, the greatest Siddhas, were able to manifest all the higher reality and live forever in Kayakalpa body. They know the science and they know the herbs which can just transform them into a superconscious being. All this is possibility when we align and surrender to Bhagavan and first prepare ourselves to get into that space, state and powers of Paramashiva. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives us how he downloads Sanskrit, Tamil, and translate it to Tamil or English or even Hindi.
Tamil. If I am giving satsang, it gets translated into English. So yesterday I tried to send that raw material, that Sanskrit, into this Hindi software, and the statements came out. Kundalini is your possibility. The multiple possibility. After 25 statements, I think I myself got overexcited. So the moment I get overexcited, I fall into samadhi. The overexcitement leads to too much of completion. You can't have the gap between internal and external. So, the overexcitement. If you discover something new, how you get excited? Like that I started getting excited. So the moment I started getting excited, I saw very clearly the Sanskrit, the words go inside and come out as a diffused energy. The words are not coming out. It's like the vak, what do you call vocal cord in that area. From the being, the words enter, and by the time it comes out, it just becomes prana. It is no more a word. It is disintegrated to prana. Means gone back to the original source, the original form. So the original form of a letter is mantra. Original form of a language is mantra, the prana space. I know I'm throwing too many mystical details. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. I just wanted all this to be on record. When science evolves to scale spirituality, that time the scientists will discover the meaning of all these words.
Beautifully, Bhagavan said how he just manifest the power of different languages. We have seen Balasans. Even in Paramashivam, there was a girl, she was 6 years. In 1 week, she was crying. She doesn't understand English. And she went to Darshan, asked for blessing from Bhagavan. And he said, yes, you will download English. From the next day, she started speaking so fluently without even searching for a word or grammatical mistake. We were all astonished how she could just download in 1 day all the greater science of a new language. And we have seen in Balasans also, many have downloaded Tamil and Sanskrit just like that when they had no idea of it before they came to Gurukul. So these great signs here, beautifully, mother is saying how her daughter, Genesis, she translated a sentence, we are gods. And beautifully, she got it in French and it was absolutely right. And she had no idea of French before this. All this greater science is available for all of us. Only thing we have to download it, connecting to Paramashiva. Now let's experience it each one of us, how we can manifest the power of Sarvanyatva. All these powers are not just translating in a language. We can get it done in the Google translation. Why Bhagavan is asking us to do is to recognize our Paramashiva space, the pure conscious space, melting in that and becoming a oneness again and again. The few seconds that we experience becomes our reality. Then we understand that we are not just the body and the mind, but we are the quantum consciousness, the higher intelligence, who can manifest any lokas, who can manifest any powers, who can just download and heal anything. That is the ultimate oneness space that we can experience when we learn the higher science that Bhagavan is giving us. So here, if you can set your video camera with the timestamp, that's great. And you can download a timestamp app and you can record the beautiful science that you're going to download, the great science. Apply the Jnananjan. If you have the Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temple and bring your awareness to your third eye. If you have a partner, the partner can ask you in a different language the questions, or they can give it in English and ask you to write it in a different language. Just by your third eye, you're going to answer the question in the new language. Either you can do from English to a new language or new language to Englich, whichever suits you better. And then at the end of the cycle, we'll have 2 cycles. And at the end of the cycle, you can verify with a Google Translator. And if it matches exactly, you have manifested the powers completely. If you get even few words correct, or you just experience the Kundalini Shakti, you are manifesting. Bhagavan says, each one of us is Brahmanya Bahuputartam. If we are in the session, be very clear that you are the favorite inheritance of the cosmos. Because Bhagavan himself waits for each one of us to see whether we are manifesting the higher reality by having the shift in the cognition that we are not the body, we are not the mind. Constantly we are living in that, bringing this beautiful samyama. Bhagavan is making us to look in, continuously being in the awareness again and again, brings us to the higher reality, what we are. The higher awareness is nothing but the higher intelligence. More and more we are aware of the words that we need to utter, or we are thinking, why should we utter? Because we are in Sanmyama. All these again and again brings us to the extreme awareness. We become the great listener. If the mind is listening, it cannot have the thoughts, and it is in the pure space of oneness. So Bhagavan is giving a very beautiful space for all of us to manifest the higher signs, who we are, how to merge into the Bhagavan's lotus feet and receive all the auspiciousness and abundance. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, PARASHAKTI. Everything that exists, all that we know as matter is Paramashiva. All that which is happening, vibrating is PARASHAKTI. And how graceful, how beautiful, and all her abharana, and all her gestures, and all her laugh, and all her boons. You can go on describing her, the greatest mother who has come down to reveal the greatest truth and relieve from all the pains and suffering of the humanity. Just bring her to your third eye and bring her to your inner space, the pure space. Only she is there, and you are surrendering to her, to her lotus feet. Hold that powerful space inside you and constantly unclutch from any thought, any self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred comes. Drop it. We drop it to go to deep sleep. Even they say when the leg is cut, a person feels like a itch. He scratches. He wants to scratch. He has a phantom leg because mind has the body. It is not our body we are stuck with. It is not our mind we are stuck with. If we are stuck, then we can't go to sleep. We are sleeping. So there is nothing that actually touches us. We ourselves rule to ourselves every night when we go to deep sleep. Now also unclutch consciously and go into the space of oneness with Paramashiva, surrendering yourself at Bhagavan's lotus feet. Intensely chanting raises your frequency, and how Bhagavan said, his words are mantra. you will simply chant the Mahavakya. It raises your frequency and manifests the higher reality. Because entangling with Bhagavan in the oneness space, who is already in the quantum, you will start recognizing everything in a different space and time and experience the higher reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. As we chant the Mahavakya, whatever appears in your inner space, do not doubt it. Write it down. Everything. Yes, you have some family issues or some financial issue. You're thinking about it. Write it down. It doesn't matter. It will get healed. All that we keep inside is the problem. We write it down and simply drop it. And continuously ask Paramashiva for the answers. It is not just this answers. For all the solution and all the auspiciousness will happen with these answers. So whenever you merge into the mind, the bee goes on buzzing. But the minute it sees a flower, it drinks the honey, there is no sound. Same way, we go on chattering inside. The minute we surrender and reach Bhagavan's lotus feet, there will be nothing in us, just the pure essence and pure space of oneness. So let's drop ourselves at Bhagavan's feet and continuously hold the Mahavakya, deeply chant. The whole being should vibrate, not loudly, but deeply by deep listening. If you're listening, thoughts will not appear. So unclutch and hold Paramashiva, PARASHAKTI in your inner space and chant the Mahavakya and write down whatever appears. At the end of the cycle, we'll verify it. Let's start chanting for the power of Sarvangnatva.
Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, Let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all of our third eye. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes and whatever you have written down, please Google Translate, put it in the Google Translate and see you have got it correctly. Do it very authentically so that everything is only creating more and more oneness, not self-doubt, self-denial. Maybe I saw it, maybe I know it. All that does not occur. More and more when we surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, more we start manifesting higher powers. Sarvangyatva is one of the greatest power that Bhagavan has beautifully done it so many times, and he will ask in the library, go and pick up this book with this picture in this page in this aisle, and we'll be searching for 2 days. That is the whole science for us to learn how Bhagavan can just manifest any of the information in any book in whole of the library just like that and download. The possibility exists for each one of us, the length dimension Bhagavan calls it, and simply we can manifest any of the reality. Those siddhas and all the greatest saint did not have labs of microscopes or something they have to study for. They only drop their identity, that anything they carry, and just humbly surrender. Bhagavan says so beautifully, when we humbly surrender to anything, even to a laptop, we will simply know it. When he sat on the plane and Bhagavan could just download the whole science behind the aircraft, all this is available to each one of us. Bhagavan says, if you humbly surrender to anything, that will reveal itself to you because you are already connected to it. You know all about it. All you need to do is just remove the screen of your identity. Bhagavan beautifully says, Shiva runs the whole universe. Paramashiva runs the whole universe and the lokas without any thoughts. Why do you need thinking thoughts for your life? A mere few years of lifetime. Before we were born, we didn't have, and after we are gone, we don't have thoughts. Nor in the deep sleep we have thoughts. Somewhere in between, we think thoughts are required for our life, our skills, our thinking, our planning, our scheduling. Nothing is required when we understand the higher intelligence works in a different form. The different manner is what we need to understand. The intelligence has much more ways for just bringing things, aligning things, and manifesting and commanding how it needs to function. If we understand the greater science, we'll be all Einstein and Newton in higher dimensions. That's how the Vedic periods were and how they lived. Each one were discoveries and great science they were able to manifest. And the great temples have clearly documented all these great things. Bhagavan beautifully says we can paint the whole earth, not just paint, we can manifest the whole earth into gold. That was the science that the Siddhas knew, and they were able to make the whole mountain into gold, and they were able to make the Brihadeeshwar temple. It's still documented that 250 tons of gold was as a covering on the temple. All these greater science was available to human, and now also it is available for us to experience. All we need to drop is our identity, our self-doubt. Oh, this is not for me. This, I don't think so. How can it be possible? All that surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, we know only thing is Bhagavan's lotus feet. Will that solve the problem? Yes, because Bhagavan said it. Because he has told it, it has to solve the problem and manifest in us as reality. We are just following what Bhagavan has given as instruction, and simply we can merge into the oneness space. All we need to do is sincerely every day spend few hours of manifestation time and be in oneness with Paramashiva, chant the Mahavakya, watch the oneness capsule, unclutch from everything. And especially after these darshans and blessings, Bhagavan has literally come down for us to manifest, each one of us to take the prasada. So if you're experiencing anything, that is because you are so aligned. You are the chosen one, favorite inheritance of cosmos. Be very clear, each one of you are PARASHAKTI, Paramashiva. There is nothing to be shy about it, nothing to be, no, that can't be true. I have done so many mistakes. Bhagavan says, we are that, and that's all. We are that, the very core, how we exist. Now recognizing it, and by through all these powers, is the most simplest and easiest way to experience the quantum space and experience Paramashiva as our reality. We'll have one more cycle of Sarvangyatva, power, You can use any of the lines. You can just go and Google translation also. You can just type any line from any languages and write it down, and you can translate it either to English or to any new languages. We'll have one more cycle. Whatever appears, write it down. Don't miss writing down anything, thinking, is it a thought or is it my idea? Just keep writing, and after that you can circle whatever matches perfectly and share it with the world. So let's start chanting and merging into the oneness space of Paramashiva, chanting continuously and experiencing the Devi, just darshan we had, and Paramashiva continuously holding them and unclutching from everything from a powerful cognition, a complete completion. The solution is already known to you, then you cannot think about it. Same way, when you are Paramashiva, it's the solution, and you can't go back and think you were the other than what is Paramashiva. That's what Bhagavan says. Make your past as Paramashiva, then you become Paramashiva. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya to experience that space as reality, each one of us. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Put away your gadgets.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. You can open your eyes, and the best part of everything, receiving the prasada, sharing with the world, the powerful cognition, the blessings, whatever you have received. You can share your beautiful space with the world, and that makes it more grounded that you are Paramashiva. Whenever we speak about the space we are in again and again, and that becomes reality, and everybody starts holding that space for us. There is no, Bhagavan says, the chastity is when you hold that space and you project that space to everybody. Simply you're chaste to Bhagavan and all the things that you are, who you are, the Paramashiva space. When we start sharing that, we drop all the incompletion and simply manifest our reality. And if you see the dollar sign, you can contribute to Bhagavan, the Paramashiva, and Kailasha. Whatever Bhagavan is giving us, all the great signs and boons and initiations and making us into the higher reality again and again. Simple 5 minutes of sharing and contributing, we can experience that greater reality just like that. Bhagavan has given the easiest methods for us to experience the oneness and radiate that Kailasha in each one of us. And just simple integrity, simple obedience, we start experiencing the higher reality. Let's surrender all this greatest truth and powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, when we surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, our cognition, the depth of the cognition becomes more and more deeper. And thanking each and every one of you who are here to receive the prasada, and with a deep gratitude and earning that I am Paramashiva, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudishyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 o'clock in the Zoom. You can log
牙齿愈刷愈黄怎么办？那是因为你还没试过日本原装进口的。只要2周，黄牙焕然一新，万年牙垢全都消失不见，再也不需要去做冷光美白，只有现在5折以下就买得到。日本人都在用的速效牙齿漂白神器，让你轻松获得干净亮白的牙齿和迷人的笑容。万年大黄牙用后效果超级明显，一天只要20元，3分钟牙齿素白神器。